In 1956, this day started. So we are here and we will pretend it's the 9th of August, Women's Month. In 1956, brave women came together and they decided to stand up, to stand firm, to stand together so that they can rehumanize themselves and remember themselves. So today we are remembering those women as we affirm our own humanity as women in the higher education sector. So the title of the seminar is Sexist, Racist Discourses on Leadership of Black Women in the South African Academy. So we want to unpack how sexism continues and how racism impacts Black women and their ability to lead in the higher education sector. Before we start, I want us to remember Igama lama kosikazi, Igama lama kosikazi, Igama Malibongwe, 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 Igama lama kosikazi, Malibongwe, Igama lama kosikazi, Malibongwe, 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 Igama lama kosikazi, Malibongwe, Igama lama kosikazi, Malibongwe, 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 Malibongwe. Thank you. I'm now going to invite Dr. Bopape, who is the Acting Executive Director in the Department of Leadership and Transformation, and welcome us so that we can start our discussions. Dr. Bopape.
Thank you, Prof. Kunom, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues and everybody. Yeah, that's a tough one, really, but I think I like the theme, Sexist, Racist Discourses on Leadership of Black Women in the Academy. In preparing for this particular engagement, I thought for those who are not familiar with the work that we do as a department, as indicated, our department is called Leadership and Transformation. So the two will have to go together, leadership and transformation. We are indeed located in the office of the Vice Chancellor for legitimacy and power, even though it might be symbolic, and I'm of the view that it could be also substantive. We are located, as I indicated, for legitimacy and power. Colleagues, because transformation is a project that has to be undertaken by the leadership of the organization. And in this regard, at this university, it was thought prudent that the department be located there in order, as I indicated, for legitimacy and for power. What then, colleagues, do we do as a department? I'm not going to talk about the other things, but I want to talk about what we do as a department. Our purpose really is to define and articulate transformation. There are contestation around the concept of transformation. The work that we do as a department has always been to define, to get institutional consensus around what we mean by transformation. And over the last 5 years or so, I think we have done that anybody who doesn't understand that at this university we define transformation using 9 dimensions of transformation that are interrelated. You have to look at those 9 areas around staffing, around students, around funding, around governance, around institutional culture, around ICT. All those 9 dimensions are interrelated, and you have to deal with them in order to bring about substantive and qualitative transformation. We also advocate for transformation. We do that via, one of them is this particular seminar. That's what we do. Advocacy. We facilitate dialogue and conversation around transformation. We support transformation initiatives that might be happening within the university. We do support some of those. We do research on transformation in the sector and at the university. We analyze transformation trends in the sector, but also at UNISA. Part of our job is really to document and report on transformation to various stakeholders, internal and external stakeholders, Earlier I said, part of our work is really to conceptualize what transformation is. And colleagues, let me take this opportunity to share with you what I think is the real definition of transformation. For me, transformation means decolonizing, deracializing, demasculinizing, degendering South African universities, and engaging with ontological and epistemological issues in all their complexities, including their implications for research, methodology, scholarship, learning, teaching, curriculum, and pedagogy. And I guess the title of this discussion is really spot on. We have to deal with those sexist and racist discourses, and these racist and racist discourse permeates what we do almost every day. And in this particular seminar, we're going to talk about the discourses that we have around women leadership in this. How do we do that? How do we do what we do? We do that, colleagues, by first of all promoting compliance. Not compliance for the sake of compliance, but compliance because in order for us to transform, we are of the view that the first thing that we need to do is to ensure that we comply with legislation. In the South African context, colleagues, it's clear the South African Constitution as well as other appropriate and progressive legislation are important, and therefore we need to ensure that we comply. But we focus specifically on compliance with those legislation and policies that are related to transformation. That's what we do. 2, we disseminate knowledge, and this seminar is particularly relevant because as a department we want to drive a transformation that is based on knowledge, and this particular seminar is relevant because part of what we do is to disseminate knowledge to internal stakeholders, specifically on transformation, which means our purpose is to ensure that we drive a knowledge-based transformation in order to deal with the challenges relating to transformation. Thirdly, we conduct capacity building across the university to share ideas with colleagues around what we understand by transformation. We monitor, and this is part and parcel of our huge job, is to monitor, evaluate, and report on transformation to internal and external stakeholders. That's what we do most of the time. And then lastly, we do that by providing advisory services. We advise the Vice Chancellor because we are located in the, but we also advise Council on transformation. We do also advise other stakeholders, external stakeholders. In particular, we do participate in various committees outside the universities on transformation. How do we do this? We do that, as I indicated, by ensuring that knowledge is at the center of what we do. I'm really looking forward to this particular engagement because, as indicated, the topic is interesting and is relevant in the current setting that we are. Earlier, I was speaking to my colleague, Dr. Mufeda, about the fact that currently, colleagues, there are 7 black women vice chancellors among 26 universities that we have. Only 7. The 7th one was appointed almost a month ago. And these are at UNISA, Nelson Mandela, Mpumalanga, Walter Sisulu, Cape University of Central University of Technology, University of Zululand, and the current VC that was appointed almost a month ago, which is Mangosuthu University of Technology. 7 out of 26 are black women. I think we need to do more because the issue there is that 1.8% of the total population of vice chancellors are women. Now the question is, what is the problem? And I guess this particular seminar will have to give us ideas on how best we can deal with. Some of us are aware of the issues within the sector itself. Some of us are aware of the discourses and the debate that taking place within the university. But from where I'm sitting, I'm interested in listening to the speakers, talking about what are those problems, how do we solve the problems that we have, so that 30 years now, we should be saying almost 50% of VCs in South Africa are black women in that way. And for me, it has to also mean the type of leadership that they provide to those universities should not only be about number, but it should also be about the type of leadership that is provided in those universities. That will have to change. I'm really looking forward to this particular debate, and I can't wait to listen to the various speakers engage this particular topic. And as I indicated, I'm looking forward to hearing solutions, innovative solutions on how we can change this particular discourse so that it becomes more inclusive. Thank you, Program Director. You are welcome, colleagues, to this particular seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bopape. You can relax, colleagues. Dinja di bofiwe. On the question of leadership, what I want to emphasize, taking from Dr. Bopape, is that we also see challenges not only in top leadership of universities, but we see it also in the intellectual space. If you look at the universities in the country and you look at who chairs research centers, you seldom find black women. If you look at the number of professors who are the leaders in the intellectual project, you also find that there's less black women. If you look at PhDs, you begin to see black women getting more PhDs, but that does not necessarily translate into them being considered in leadership positions in the academy. That is a problem. And when you go out of the academy, you see the same thing. So what are the problems? How do we resolve? 30 years after democracy, we need to see something different. I'm now going to call on Professor Maganu. Professor Maganu is going to contextualize for us. We invited Professor Maganu to do this for us because of her multiple roles in the university. One of the roles that she plays is to be a connector. She is the biggest connector that I've found at this university, and we appreciate her for that. But again, she's also someone who works tirelessly for the issues of women in the university. She was the chairperson of the Institutional Women's Forum, and she has over 20 years of work experience within the public higher education sector in South Africa, and 17 years of these were at senior and executive levels. She obtained her PhD in political science in 2003 at the University of the Free State in the field of Oh, I'm so sorry. That's you. Like, oh, you see, I'm wearing glasses and they're not working. Oh, you know why? You know, I'm so sorry. You know why? There's a picture, and under the picture is your biography. Okay. And your biography is in the picture. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm going to read the right bio now. But Professor Maganu remains the biggest connector, as I said, and she's the outgoing chairperson of the Women's Forum. This thing is too small. Can I have your laptop? I can't see this. My eyes are too. Yes, please. Yeah. I said, she's passionate about women, she's passionate about community engagement, and was the recipient of the Women of the Year Award in 2014 for community service at UNISA. She was the chairperson of the Education Association of South Africa, 2016-2017. She has co-edited books and book chapters and has published articles and conference proceedings and has supervised 30 master's and doctoral students to completion. Professor Maganu is an editorial board member of South African Journal of Education. Professor Maganu was a recipient of the UNISA grant from the Women in Research Fund 2014-2016. She further received the NRF Collaborative Postgraduate Training Program Research Grant 2017-2019 in the College of Education. She also served as manager for teaching, learning, community engagement, and student support in the College of Education from 2016 to 2022. Currently, she is the executive director for tuition support and facilitation of learning at here at home at UNISA. Professor Maganu was amongst the top 10 finalists of Higher Education Women Leaders Awards, HES-SA, in the category of Social and Human Sciences. Welcome, Professor.
Basadi baba pila so Unova beileka Basadi baba pila so Unova beileka Khale sela Basadi baba pila so I'm trying to buy time while the technical staff is battling. And as women, we multitask, we multi-think, and we are trying by all means to cover. You know, there's a saying that one woman in the College of Education said that when you see a hole on the dress of a woman, don't call the people and say, there's a hole, but take a button or take a flower and close the hole as though you are decorating. But there was something ugly. So as women, it's high time that wherever we can, we must make sure that our visitors don't even see the weaknesses, that your technology, they're struggling. But now if we sing and we become active, they won't be able to sing. That's the mind of a woman. We multitask and we try to close it and we try to beautify. That's who women are. Good morning, Bomme Dumelang. Sanbonani, Mama, Sanbonani. Yes, good morning, mothers, good morning. Thank you so much. If I knew Ugandan, I would greet you in Ugandan, Mama Rhoda. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be in this event of Women's Day. The theme is saying sexist, racist discourses on leadership of black women in the South African Academy. And as a person who has been in academy for some years now, I think the topic is close to my heart. But the image that I put there, I said there are women who were tired of being silent, who were tired of being pressurized, who were tired of being downtrodden. And they said, enough is enough. And this does not only start in 1956, but it started way back. Because I'm a Christian, I will also quote some women in the Bible who were tired of following the norm. You know, as Christians, we preach about Esther and we criticize Vashti, not so? I think Vashti was sick and tired of being called to dance before drunk men. And he said, when the king said, come and parade, she said, me, over my dead body. Never. I will never do that. And Christians, we say, you know, Esther was so good. Esther was so, and then the poor Vashti, we say she was so evil. She was so bad. She didn't respect, etc. But how dare you, as a woman being beautiful, come and dance before drunk men or parade before drunk men? So this woman said, not with my dignity, not with my integrity. I will not do that. It's in the Bible. So let's start to read the Bible in context and also look at why did this woman rebel? Why did this woman rebel? Another woman is Abigail, who said, no, I'm not going to allow my family to die, but I'm going to do something here. So it's a high time that as women also in academia, when things are not going right, we also rise. Thanks to the leadership of Transformation, Dr. Malikutu, thank you so much for opening. Thank you, Prof. Grace, for opening and calling us to this auspicious event. I say it is auspicious in the sense that in the depth of academia, there are silences. People exist so that they get the paycheck at the end of the month. They say, oh, I can't raise my voice. Let me be quiet and be a good girl or a good woman or a good man or a good whatever student. But it's high time that when things that matter the most, when things that shake your integrity and who you are, then you start to say it with dignity, of course, not say it in a wrong way. Now, these women, as we go to Cape Town waterfront, obviously we see them. The image is showing the pastors. But currently, what are we crying about as women in academia? We do have the titles, we do have the credentials, we do have all those accolades we are cited, but is your voice loud enough? Is your voice touching also on other things that are not being touched or are not being spoken about? Now, I'm saying women in leadership in social sciences, in commerce, in STEM sciences, in agricultural sciences. I check the stats. I say, are women leading? Are women leading? When some women are leading, we don't hear the voice of a woman. We hear the voice of a man behind. You say, are we being led by a woman or are we being led? Or is the man having an extension through this woman? Because as women, there is an unction or a radar in us. We are born with it. You feel that, no, I cannot treat people like this. I cannot occur in a leadership position but not listen to that radar inside that is telling you that it is unwomanlike. It is unthinkable for a woman to do this. Is this the extension of the hand of a man? Are we being led by a man, but here is a woman? So in most instances, this is what we see, the image that I portrayed there. Let's look at our universities. In 2021, here at UNISA, we were so favored to have a woman leader after 148 years. Sure, that year was a year full of storm. If I remember, I was still a new chairperson of UNISA Women's Forum. Lo and behold, we were confronted with this. We welcomed our Vice Chancellor. We were excited. We held a meeting with her as the newly elected UWF. You were there. So thereafter, there was a storm. There was a storm. And we held a short meeting as women. She was also in the leadership. We said, can we really keep quiet? No. We made a statement. We put it on Intcom. We received insults. They said, we'll get you. We will Google you. We will kill you. I said, let them Google me. They will find articles. They will find book chapters. I don't have a scandal. I was saying it being brave. Yes. So, because if we did not make that statement to say, hands off Linkabula as women, I don't know where she would be by now. Few as we were. Well, and then some will say, let's go and toy. I said, no, we use a different language as Women's Forum. We will not toy because people won't see the difference. People were toying. So if we were going to take it to the street, they were going to think that we are fighting our VC. We said, no, we are going to put it in writing. After putting it in writing, we also organized with Grace, Professor Grace Kuno, Professor Lesego Chiloane, and other women. We wrote a petition. We said, women in higher education, we signed, and then we were able to voice. We didn't take it to the street. No, we didn't sing. No, because people won't see a difference. We are women. So we said, we're not going to do it the way people do it. No. As I was checking the records, I saw our message on Intcom, and we were not only saying Professor Linkabula only. We said, away with the bullying on women and other women in higher education. We can't stand this. And poor dear, they were also bombarded. Why do you put a statement of UWF on Intcom? They also received punches, but people read our statement. And to date, Professor Linkabula is still holding the position. And I think it was last year, 2022, during the Teaching and Learning Festival, I bravely said, I decree and declare that she will finish her term of office. As women, there is something that is in us that is telling us even the future. So, and when we are afraid to voice it, where will we be able to say whatever that we think it is right and it is just for us as women? If you allow it to happen on one woman, it will also happen to you. Because you permitted it. Look at the stats. 3 of the 6 current South African female vice chancellors are serving their second term, and 3 are in their first term. What happened to the UCT vice chancellor? Was it due to sexism or racism? It's sad. It's sad. What happened to Professor Ntabiseng of TUT? She couldn't finish the term of office. Pressure. And I asked myself, why were the voices silent there? What was happening? So it is leadership, the atrocities that happen to women, and women are muted, and other women are also fighting other women to say, yeah, who does she think she is? She will never finish the 5 years. Other women. So it is painful to see a human being harming itself. Because when you harm another woman, it means you are harming yourself. And then the second thing that I want to say, women's participation also in the sciences. Let's look at the social sciences. Our percentage is a bit higher, about 50%. Then let's go to the STEM sciences, 13%. Let's go to other disciplines, like commerce, it is also lower. So when we lead, I think, take yourself in the primary school. You knew all the subjects. You knew maths, you knew science, you were getting position 1. What's happening when we go to universities? What's happening? What's happening? Because now, it doesn't mean that we can't do the STEM sciences. We can. Sometimes it's fear, or sometimes it's a sense of belittling ourselves and lacking confidence. Every professional woman knows that it feels like, okay, fine, I want to say this. Let's go back to that image of a man saying to a woman, but now this time it's a different thing. This one I got it from the Vice Chancellor, who was saying, sometimes in meetings, when you say your views, people don't take it seriously because you are a woman. And then a man repeats what you said. Then they say, yeah, the point that is made by Dr. Bopape. Yes, I also support that point. But who said it first? It's a woman who voiced that. So it's he repeating. He repeating what a female or a woman leader said. But because the man is now coming out with a thicker voice, it is being embraced. Now the repeating syndrome. And are we also in that mode of repeating and supporting what men said? Exactly copying what Professor Grace Kuno said. If we are in that mode, we need to think otherwise. When this book was conceptualized, Breaking the Glass Ceiling, we were looking at the pain that women endure in different career fields. The chapter that I wrote was focusing on women leaders in higher education or in academia. Those who are scared of going to top management because of the pressure and the political system that we find ourselves in. And you only end up at middle management. I'm happy, I'm just the head of department. I'm just the supervisor. No, I'm just coordinating this program. Then you are happy as a leader. But what is the inborn character trait that you have? What is your identity, your makeup? Is that you, Professor Cindy Ngubane, you are born to be at the apex of the institution. But because of fear of victimization and the repeating syndrome, you end up being, I'm just a middle manager, and I'm okay with it. I don't want stress. I still have children. I want to live long. I don't want to die early. They will kill you. They will kill you. We create a glass ceiling ourselves, and we create that imagery that I cannot pass through this level. There is no glass ceiling. It is just a myth. Hence, we said breaking the glass ceiling. There's no glass ceiling at all. It is in our minds that I can be at the apex of any organization as a woman, and I can be able to lead. So we published a book last year, and looking at our well-being also, work, home, a balanced life, and how do we juggle around. I'm looking at the USA. I'm looking at Kamala, whether the lady will make it, and the criticism and the voices that are there that are trying to discourage us. Now, inserting the context today, let's look at sexism. Are we female to female? There is that academic jealousy of saying this one will never go past this level. I will make sure that I will keep her here. I will put her in the bottle, and then I will sell it. She will just jump like this, make noise, and she will not go anywhere. And then another thing, we look at racism. In the past, we used to say black, white, but currently, it is no longer like that. It is black against black, where we'll be looking at, oh, Prof. Mahanu today is wearing his molovedu. It's from Limpopo up there. So we will make sure that you won't get it because we are from the what down there. So it is black against black tribalism and black against black, and not only within the national spheres only, but also continentally. I'll be saying, oh, Prof. Rhoda, I know she's from there, she can't do this here. Yeah, she must remember. Yeah. So it's and now you ask yourself, where lies the support as women in academia? How do we build one another? How do we break these barriers and the boundaries and make sure that we become strong and as leaders we are able to conquer? I know I've set the scene, Prof. Grace. I think I will stop here without singing because...
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Mahanu. Can we give her another round of applause? So Professor Mahanu is very right. So Lugonos writes that race is gendered and gender is raced. So how you experience how you experience being a woman, a black woman, is raced. You are black, and then maybe a woman. You know, so our experiences are marred by racism. The other thing that you touched that I have been thinking about, especially after joining UNISA, because this is the first time in my career I've worked with black people. And I was not going to say this, but I'm going to say it since you raised it. So when I came to UNISA, so I've been fighting everywhere I go. I fight. At first I had to fight because I'm a black woman. They are not used to black women like me. I speak up, I stand up. At UJ I had to fight because I'm a black woman. You know, they are not used to black women like me. Who do you think you are? Had to fight. And then when I got the appointment to come to UNISA, I was like, oh my God, the fighting is gonna stop. I'm going to work with black people. I'm not gonna fight. I made a vow, I prayed to God. Ndiyenze kahle uNkulunkulu. Andiyikulwa apha. Hey! So I'm writing something on black love. Because what I am finding at UNISA, as you said, is that we need some serious healing as black people. So I'm writing something on what it means to love black people as a black person. It's hard work. It's hard work. We have to go deep inside ourselves and find compassion. Not for them. It starts with you. You must love you, be very compassionate with you. We have a lot of work to do as black people. So you are very right, and we have not, I'm trying to find readings, there isn't a lot, because it's a topic that we don't want to talk about, the self-hate, and the self-hate is real because we have been dismembered. Yeah. So as we find ways to remember, we have to go to places that we have never been invited to go to inside ourselves so that we can work together, so that we can love each other, so that we can take care of each other. So as we commemorate Women's Month, that's the invitation from me, that let's do the work. It's hard work to be compassionate with someone that you want to strangle. But what is important is to remember that as I think about strangling you, Professor Mahanu, I'm strangling me. Let me stop. So I take that from your contribution, and I send it out there as an invitation as we do this work of healing, of figuring out how to show up differently. That it starts with taking care and dealing with some of the pain that we have experienced. What I'm gonna do now, I'm going to read all the bios, and I'm gonna sit down and shut up, and then allow our speakers to tell us what they are thinking in terms of today's theme. The first person I'm going to read the bio, I'm reading the right bios now, is Dr. Lesego Chiloane. She has over 20 years of work experience within the public higher education sector in South Africa. I heard her speak, go her essay. I was moved, I was shattered, and I thought she must come to UNISA. She has 17 years as senior and executive at executive level. She obtained her PhD in political science in 2003 at the University of the Free State in the field of elections and electoral systems from a South African perspective, funded by the Mellon Foundation. She's currently the Senior Director, Student Affairs at Stellenbosch University, and she's a member of the South African Association of Senior Student Affairs Practitioners. And she has served as the president of the association for 4 years. She's a member of the Institutional Audit Committee of the Higher Education Quality Committee, reporting to the CHE since February 2020 until 2025. Dr. Chiloane served as the Transformation Advisor to the Office of the Vice Chancellor and Principal at CUT in the Free State from 2018 to 2019. She also served as the Vice Rector, Student Affairs and External Relations, among other roles at the University of the Free State. And the role included responsibility for student affairs, international relations, community engagement, and broader external relations, also liaising with government at all levels. In addition, 2 campuses of the university, Qwaqwa and the South campuses, reported to her and through the reported to her office. She was also an American Council of Education Fellow from 2010 to 2011. Professor Dr. Choice. Thank you. Professor, Professor Ngubane. Okay, I'm gonna read her bio when she's here. I'm gonna read Ms. Sipoka Zitau. Ms. Sipoka Zitau is sitting at the end. I'm gonna read it in the first person because she presented it in the first person. I'm an African feminist researcher focusing on higher education and African women leadership. I'm a research coordinator for an encyclopedia of African feminisms with the University of Johannesburg and the National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences. I have experience in course coordinating and designing for a decolonial and African-centered module in a university. My research interests are also in feminism in South African music and pop culture. She's also an independent researcher and consultant. She has an MA in political sciences from Nelson Mandela University, and her research interests are in African feminisms with a focus on African women leaders in the higher education landscape, as well as pop culture and the curation of gender in South African music. She has an amazing spirit. You will feel it when she stands up. I love her. Professor Ngubane is back. Professor Sindile Ngubane is a professor doing research, community engagement, and mentorship on digital access for students and employees with disabilities, incarcerated students, and women in open and distance learning contexts. She is also the acting head of the Institute for Open and Distance Learning at UNISA, program director at the African Council for Distance Education, and president of the Distance Education Association in South Africa. She is a powerhouse. She's also the former deputy president of the UNISA Women's Forum, director at the Advocacy and Resource Center for Students and Disabilities, and the Curriculum Transformation Specialist in the Curriculum Transformation Unit, focusing on transforming curriculum design and delivery for inclusion. She has supervised and co-supervised postgraduate students with a special effort to increase PhD holders from marginalized communities as part of the National Development Plan 2030. In addition, Professor Ngubane leads cross-border collaborative research and community engagement projects aiming to create digitally inclusive approaches for the sustainable development of vulnerable communities. Professor Nguma. And then we have Ms. Khotatso Mosimege. Ms. Khotatso Mosimege. She's the National SRC Sports and Culture Officer. She's the current chairperson of UNISA Law Students Association, and she has a national certificate in journalism from Varsity Institute of Science and Technology, and she's a third-year student of law at UNISA. And then we have Professor Rhoda Wanyeze. She's from Makerere University. Professor Wanyeze is a dean in the School of Public Health and Health System. She has been engaged in public health programming, especially infectious diseases, for 30 years at various levels, including clinical program management, research, and in policy development. She has effectively led large service and research projects with multiple partnerships in Uganda and across several countries in Africa. Served on various technical committees of the Ministry of Health in Uganda, Global Health Uganda chapter, and was team leader for the gender landscaping study on women involvement in leadership in the universities in East Africa. That is how we met Professor Wanyeze. And the greatest connector, Professor Magano, was the one who connected us with Professor Wanyeze. Welcome, Professor Wanyeze. And then we have my baby, Lesego Plank. Lesego is going to share some poems with us. I call her my baby because I taught her from undergrad at UJ, honors, I supervised her master's, traveled globally with her. She's an amazing scholar. She now works with Professor Sekgalo in the Luthuli chair. She's also pursuing her PhD, which focuses on Black motherhood at the University of Johannesburg, an amazing project. I'm supervising it. In 2018, she was a visiting imaging scholar at the University of Maryland in the US. Ms. Plank is also a co-author of the book entitled Does the Black Middle Class Exist? And Are We Members? Her research interests are in studying the Black African society from a decolonial standpoint. Ms. Plank has published articles and has presented papers in various academic conferences. Ms. Plank composes and performs poetry as a theoretical pursuit and means of unleashing her creativity. As part of her engaged scholarship in 2020, she founded the Grassroots Family Initiative, a crowdfunding technology is playing games with me. A Grassroots Family Initiative, a crowdfunding project designed to offer various forms of support to the youth in various communities and backgrounds. And ubuye kaslam edikloof. Ms. Plank. Thank you, colleagues. So what we will do is we will allow our speakers to come up. They will follow the program, and they have 20 to 30 minutes to speak. It's no pressure. You can speak for as long as you intend, as long as it's not more than 30 minutes. Dr. Choice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much to Professor Kuno, who invited us. Prof. Magano, I appreciate the opening that you did. And Prof. Upape, thank you. and I'm excited to share the panel with everyone who's on the panel. At some point at my institution, my latest institution, Stellenbosch University, I was standing on the staircase of the main building, and some white women passed and said, "Yo, you like drama, ne?" And I said, "But drama loves me." Because these things attract themselves to me, and I cannot ignore things that I'm supposed to attend to. And so I owned it, because at some point when I was invited to join Stellenbosch University, I was really refusing. But at some point, my friends said, "But you have what Stellenbosch needs to transform. You need to go there." And only then I went. And so I went with a mission to contribute to transformation. I grew up in Tabanchu in the Free State, and I grew up in Phuthatswana, the homelands. And I faced apartheid for the first time when I joined the University of the Orange Free State in 1996. I didn't understand that such things happen. And what I realized is that my mother, and I only understood it at that time, when we talk about love, loving yourself, building the self-confidence, I couldn't understand. My mother put a lot of investment into helping me have the confidence, into loving myself. At times I would wake up grumpy on a Saturday, and my mother would say, "Aotle, put that smile on your face." And she said, "Whenever you start talking to another human being, put that smile on your face." And that has been the practice of my life. And so it comes natural. When I start talking to someone, it doesn't matter who it is, whether we meet for the first time, when I start opening my mouth, the smile comes as well. But I have worked hard to make sure that it stays, because I have cried a lot within higher education. I have cried. And at times you close yourself in the office as an academic, because you don't want the students to experience what you are experiencing, because you want to give them the confidence to enter the space. But I take it from, I titled my talk, "The Stars and the Scars of My Journey of Transformation at Previously Afrikaans Institutions." I've been blessed to work for two previously Afrikaans institutions, Free State and Stellenbosch, and I'm sharing my experiences from there. And I said it's very important, as we talk about the kind of research that we do, I decided to share my life with you, my journey. And I will touch on some pieces of it. And also touching on the point of saying, after 1994, we were very excited for this new democratic South Africa and everything that was coming. And so entering the University of the Orange Free State at the time as a student, and I'm touched on student life because staff members impact on the lives of students. When students do bad things, it's because there's a staff member who is allowing it to happen. So I stand at my res at Vergeet My Nie, drinking coffee, and I see something that looks like a funeral procession. Male, white male, black suits, the works, and a casket. So I stand and watch, and they walk and they're crying and stuff. So I had a male friend from Zimbabwe, and I said to the guy, I said, what happened at that dress? Has somebody died? Then he said, no. The white male students are burying the swimming pool. It was an investment by one of the white fathers. Now that black students are going to stay in that dress, they are burying their swimming pool, and they are shifting out of that dress. And what was worse is that staff members of the university, white male staff members in critical positions, were part of this procession. So I observe and I say, what is happening at this institution? The next moment, another residence, Heismal Herbe. There's a split. Students are being allowed to shift. White students are starting their own residence begins. And black students are left to stay in this res, and then it's called Villa Bravado, and life starts. So I observed this environment, and then fast forward to now me becoming a staff member. I become a staff member in political science, the first black woman in the space, a very tough space. I'm given a kitchen as my office, and I look at it. And you know, as a student, and you grow up really respecting everything and really be very obedient. Now you are given the kitchen to be your office. And meetings are run in Afrikaans, but yet it's a parallel medium. We use English and Afrikaans. So it's very important to understand, as a woman, as a black person, you need to understand the policies of the institution so that you are able to stand up for yourself. I saw this kitchen, I see mugs and stuff. Then I start taking the mugs to the offices, because the white male staff members were used to the women making tea for them. So I said, no, everybody's going to be making tea for themselves with their mugs in their offices, but they delayed to give me an office. Then I decided to talk to the Dean of Students and the Director of Transformation. And I said, I need to offer space. And luckily, colleagues gave me office space, 0.5 kilometer away from my department of political science. So I would come to political science department for meetings. And I would speak English when they speak Afrikaans in the meetings. I brought students from class to the corridors of the university, but you can see that it was not normal. Black students walked these corridors, and I would get funny looks why I am bringing students into the space. Faculty board meetings were just rubber stamping sessions. You sit in a faculty board meeting of over 200 people, and you are about 10, and that was 1999. In Afrikaans, and then the decisions were made at a braai. So at the meeting, the question comes and says, is there anyone who is differing with the decision that has been taken? And you look in the room, over 200 people. It seems as if everybody knows except for the black people in it. So you are even scared to question anything. So if everybody understands, and you are a junior in the faculty, so why question anything? So you leave it to go. But one colleague got annoyed at one day. Can you imagine, we have colleagues from other countries in our space as well, from Lesotho, who could not even understand Afrikaans, yet you sit through the meetings and you hear nothing. So on this one day, this woman decided to speak Sesotho, raised a hand and spoke Sesotho for about 10 minutes. And majority of the meeting didn't understand a thing. It was just us understanding. For a change, we could understand and really have a wonderful time in a meeting. But these were tough moments in our lives as academic. And so you had to decide whether you stay in academia or you move on. I realized very quick that I will not thrive. If I want to be a professor, that is not the place to be. There's a colleague, a woman colleague, white woman, who finished her master's. It was evaluated, she was ready to graduate. But the white male who was supervising decided not to submit her documents, and he started using her material to lecture his classes. And this woman was required to come to office on Saturdays to sort out curtains and things. And so I took up the case and took it to the Vice Chancellor, because the DVC, Learning and Teaching, was not dealing with it. But guess what? The interest was more in not losing the white male professor, because the excuse was there was nobody else who can take the program that he's doing. So all the issues that were being raised were ignored. So as I was struggling at the University of the Orange Free State at that time, because we had not changed the name to Free State, we removed Orange at some point, I shifted into administration. But the post I was acting in as Director of Student Affairs was not being advertised. For many years it continued. No, not for many years, for many months. So I decided to resign, and I was very angry with the institution. After I resigned, they advertised it, and I applied to come back. Because when I left, I knew I was too angry to let go. I knew that transformation needed to happen at that institution, and if I ran away, it would not happen, because a lot of people were scared. One DVC called me at this institution asking me whether I grew up in South Africa. Mainly because I was really asking the questions that a lot of people were scared to ask. And I said, at that time, I had never been to any other country. I was just in South Africa. So I apply. When I applied for this post, when we finished with the interviews, the Vice Chancellor wants to negotiate with me and say, you know, you are very young, and the person competing with you does not want to report to a person younger than him. I was competing with a white Afrikaner. And because they didn't want to upset the white Africans community and the majority in the university, they were negotiating with me to say, are you willing to report to him? And I said, I can lead older people just fine, because I respect everyone. Yeah. And I was aware that I was the best candidate for the post. But the pressure was so high that because this person was on the national committees that was pushing for the folk start. And so eventually they had to create a post on the spot, almost parallel. But deputy dean, it was a dean post, so I'm deputy dean. Then we divided the work across. And that was the biggest mistake that was done. When leaders are scared to make decisions they're supposed to make, they put institutions into serious trouble. I spoke about the races separating, rates starting. The next step, this post, instead of appointing the best candidate who fits into the post, because they're scared of the people, then they split it. Let me tell you what happened from that point. We sent confusing messages to students. We were contradicting one another. It was very clear that the white Afrikaner guy pushing for a folk start was not ready to buy into the Constitution of South Africa Act 108 of 1996. They were pushing. So he was influencing white African students in a particular direction. I was busy trying to push human rights, this, that, and whatever, working with the Human Rights Commission to try and help the students to transition into the new South Africa. But because they were influenced by staff members as well, against what I was saying, then the students decided to record videos rejecting residence transformation. Some of you know about the rates video that came out, when cleaning staff members, 4 women and a man, were made to drink urine and made to do all things. It was an effort to reject transformation and an effort to show how a black person can be treated and how it should be treated. And they were called by names that really were disrespectful to them. And when these things happen, we are the ones again who come back to come and clean up. I'm glad that the university had the guts to appoint a person like Professor Jonathan Johnson at the time to come and help the institution deal with this case, because it got the whole country very angry. But for 6.5 years, I was working with him to work on this, to make sure that structures are put in place in the system to make sure that transformation happened. Because many universities, when the broad transformation forums happened in 94, 96, some of the universities didn't even bother. When mergers happened, some universities were not even part of those processes. I mean, there are new universities that came out of these mergers, like UJ. And there's a university like Stellenbosch that never had to merge with anybody. And so you experience these challenges, and you wonder why we don't have the guts to deal with these issues. Now, fast forward to Stellenbosch, because after dealing with, when you deal with transformation, it's tiring. When people cannot blame anyone, they blame people who are dealing with transformation. You are the first person to be blamed. It's like people are saying, we were comfortable with these things under our carpet. Why are you removing them out of the carpet and behind the doors, wherever we have hidden them? Because we didn't want the world to see these things. Getting to Stellenbosch after taking a break, it's very important to love yourself. It's very important to take time and really, because I realized that for about 10 years, I worked a shift of about 18 hours a day. Clock. And the weekends. When you work with transformation, the challenges at times are such that you can't take a break. When they increase security at our homes, like they will kill you. I was one of the people, you have to be very conscious. Cameras put all that. I had to cut the landline because even the landline that was not listed, they found it and they would call me at home, angry with transformation. But when they said they're putting security at our gates, I refused. And I said, no, my security is fine. And in the meantime, I didn't have security. But I had to think deeper. Who owns security companies? A black guy would be standing at my gate, and that's the quickest if they wanted to kill you. That's the quickest now with security at your gate. And I said, my security is fine. And so there was this impression that government, maybe somebody somewhere is really tight security. In the meantime, there was no security. I was at risk. Then I get to Stellenbosch University. I knew Stellenbosch University, but I didn't think it was at this level when it comes to racism and sexism. Now with Free State, racism, sexism, all those terrible things are raw. They are rough. They are in your face. You can describe them when you see them. Stellenbosch University, it's sophisticated. Racism is. You will look like you are crazy when you talk about these things. When colleagues told me that there's bullying, I said, adults, bullying one another, what is happening? And they say there's bullying, there's intimidation. And I was told, and abuse of alcohol is extreme, because I used to wonder why wine farms, institutions struggle with alcohol, but I was just worrying about Stellenbosch. But it was extreme. And there were 2 residences that students said, these 2 reses are untouchable. Untouchable because it's children of the powerful people, grandchildren and great-grandchildren and stuff, and of council, some of the council members and stuff, so you don't touch these 2 reses. Guess what? The last 5 years, I have been busy with the 2 reses because I said to myself, there is no way that racism, sexism, ill treatment of first years, discrimination against the LGBTQI plus community, that the K word can just be shouted in corridors even if we cannot see who is saying it, that these things can just happen and we are fine with it. So when you ask the questions, it's like you are the problem. You shouldn't be touching these things. So I stopped alcohol in res because the alcohol places, restaurants, bars, you only have to walk 10 steps, you are at a bar, at a restaurant. Alcohol is easy to get. It's wine farms. And I said, if we can get it so easily, why should we even have it in res? Students who are Muslim and other students who don't like alcohol cannot be part of student activities when there's alcohol involved. And I said, let's stop and talk about alcohol, the good and the bad and stuff, so that when we reintroduce it in the space, we understand what we are denying other students. Before I can go far, and I'm glad that I have served at executive level. I've been a vice rector, I've served at council. Otherwise, I would have resigned at that point. I am glad that by the time the chairperson of council requested a meeting with me, and I was excited. I'm new to this institution, I'm 3 months. I've just finished 5 years now. So 3 months, they said, the chairperson of council wants to talk to you. And I said, okay, that's nice. I mean, I'm at a position that really, you are privileged if you can really even be called to a meeting with the chairperson of council. So I prepare for the meeting and I get there with all excitement. And I get into this big office of the DVC Learning and Teaching, but the DVC is sitting very far because it's my meeting with the chairperson of council. So I stretch my hand to, excitement to introduce myself. And this guy looked at me like this. He was fuming. He was big and fuming and very angry. And I just said, I'm from the Free State. We have chairperson of council, our judges, are very dignified kind of people. This guy was fuming, and he was sitting at a corner of the table. So I readjusted. As a leader, as a black woman, you need to be ready. You need to have a thick skin. You must, you will cry later if ever it hit you hard. But when you come out, they must feel you. They must wonder when they see your smile. By the way, Prof. Johnson, when he got to Free State, he said to me, because when you think you are hiding your pain, but it's here. Prof. Johnson said to me, my sister, you are wearing your pain on your face. That was the best message I ever got because he was mentoring me as well. I went and bought books on happiness. I researched happiness, and I bought The Secret. I bought books on emotional intelligence. I bought them. I read, and I was doing homework. I was dealing with myself because it needed to be genuine. When I was done, people were saying, what happened? And because people thought I'm faking it, I said, no, girl. People appreciate you when you are sad, and they want to keep you there. And I said, I'm not going to give anybody a chance. I will. So I sit with the chairperson of council, and I went to the same corner where he's sitting because I needed to see him fume closely. And the mistake he did is that he didn't check my profile. So he assumed that this young black woman, no experience, she's nothing. She's nothing in front of me. He didn't check anything. So my statement to him was that, I've served at executive and I've served at council. Now, when you abuse power like this as a governance structure, the sad part is that I would have to report to the minister because the next level is the minister. And he looks at me. And at that time, I didn't even know that there was a braai. A braai plays a big role. There was a braai at his home. The wine farmers and some white students who came and told him what was happening. And he said, no, I'm just going to overturn that thing. I'll call that woman in. So I realized that he will have to say it, that he is reversing it. I said, there's a lot of black students who come to this university on bursaries and NSFAS and all, who do not have the money. But pressure forces them into the alcohol. They don't even finish a year, and their careers are gone. But he didn't want to listen to that. So when an hour was done, I excused myself, and I said, Chair, are we done? I'm done. He could not believe that I'm leaving. But I excused myself nicely. That was the worst walk we had with the chairperson of council walking out of that office, because he told himself that this black woman, I'm going to tell her where to get off. But I understood that it's an operational matter, and I asked him, why are you getting involved in operational matters? But I was fed to wolves because not even the vice chancellor was there. It was me and the chairperson of council. The DVC was just from a distance, pretending not to be part of the meeting. And even with these untouchable residences, we are where we are. And I want to thank UNISA in particular with the case of Hayes Murray, with the urination case. I always told the university that whenever you do not address issues properly the first time, they're going to come back very ugly. But they would not take the advice. So on this particular one with the Hayes Murray residence, there were other things that happened that I requested that we don't place first years at that rest. And I just said, I don't think there's any person who would want their child to be in that res and be treated that way. But it was not solved properly because when they were now solving other pieces, the committee that had to deal with that res on issues that report to my office was all white. It was the white alumni, the white staff members, and I was on the outside. And I called a meeting to ask. And when you ask these things directly, then you have a problem. And I said, is it because I'm a black woman who is a senior director that I'm not part of that? But at some point, I left it to be. So it came back the way it did with the remuneration. The same with Welgenhof residents. The battle is raging right now. That residents as well treated a parent called from Pretoria, a black parent. After welcoming, the student didn't want to report, but he said, I will tell you everything when I know that I'm not coming back to Stellenbosch again. And I will tell you at home. And when they got home and he was so traumatized, he then told the father, and the father wrote us an email about everything that was happening. Racism, all the funny little things. But because that was not solved properly, and the black person who's the senior director in the space was not even part of the process, yet I was dealing with everything else. 2024 January, I arrived on the 15th of January, 15 January. And I'm told Welgenhof has done the worst it can do. And I see the 2 rooms. I think some of you might have heard about the 2 rooms where there's markings and writings and images, very sexist writings and all sorts of things that can, as derogative as it can be. And investigations happen, and when an institution is supposed to say this is wrong, they just say, no, we will wait for the investigation to tell us. When you see racism and you see sexism, you see all the bad things that really, human dignity is nowhere. And you say, we can't comment, but so it continues like that. And so it's these things that we need to fight and really remove in our spaces. And in my concluding notes, I hope I'm still in there. The concluding notes is that it's an issue of an institution really being very real about change and committing. And when you see the work happening, you will see the transformation. Stellenbosch University only established the Transformation Office in 2015, when all other universities were working throughout all the other years, and it was because of the pressure of the Fees Post 4. And so you understand why there's a lot of work that still needs to happen. And so racism and sexism is alive, it's kicking, it's strong, and it's going to take us long because there's no commitment. Dr. Pepe, when you talked about compliance, many universities operate on compliance. And until we talk about compliance with commitment, then we will shift the space. And I really want to thank you for this moment. The work continues. Drama loves me, and I will love it back. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's nice to follow people that are dramatic. Good morning, colleagues, organizers. I think for me it's really a pleasure to be amongst our colleagues that have visited our university. You are most welcome. I have a presentation. I talk too much, so I thought let me limit myself by having something written down. Otherwise, I will never finish. Do we have it ready? Yeah, it's very difficult, and I think I'm worse than you. Once I start, I can't stop. Okay, is it there so that you start? Okay, while they are preparing, let me just declare one thing. We normally find that Women's Month tends to be a man-bashing month, where we are busy saying men have done this and men haven't done that and what. So I want to just put a disclaimer. I'm not in that group. Yes, I'm a mother of 4 boys. Grew up with my brother, so I'm more of a guy than a lady, though I try to always look like a woman. But my approach is always I try to be objective, and I'm not saying women are not, but I think we've just fallen into this thing, whether it's the feminist thinking that we've misunderstood, that we've forgotten that at the end of the day, the approach should be about holistic growth, and it should be about dealing with the issues, not with the people, with the person themselves. So as much as I acknowledge that there's a lot that has happened from our, bullying from our male colleagues, of course, because of the way that they were brought up, and, I think it's social sort of habits that have been there for years that we need to be dealing with. I still think that in our transformative approaches, we should always be aiming for inclusion. And, where is my presentation? I sent the second one. Please do. Oh, God. Yeah, let me present from my phone so that we don't take time. I think I'm going to approach Mema Khano's approach of singing. But because she's going, I can't sing. Other people do not know the songs. Okay, there we go. So instead of focusing on the theme of this, it's here now, thank you. Yeah, instead of focusing on the theme of this particular session, which is about sexist issues and what I thought, let me just keep it clean and say discourses. Then that way I won't be limited to actually having to talk to the issue of sexist and what. But I knew that obviously in the panel itself, others will talk about it. Those that know me, I think now you are aware that I'm more of an inclusion scholar. And in inclusion, I focus on the marginalized communities. Normally, it will be women, women with disabilities, students with disabilities, and displaced populations. So then my question, I think, I said, let me declare my lens, which is actually a critical aspect for the SA Academy to ensure that leadership opportunities are accessible to all. And of course, that is regardless of your diverse needs. And when I talk about diversity, is of course the issue of being black, maybe because you are a third language speaker, or maybe you are even deaf. Are we getting deaf people to come into positions of leadership, or are we saying because they cannot talk the way we talk, therefore we cannot bring them in? And of course, the issue of our backgrounds. So I'm thinking that we should be engaging for the change of mindset than actually dealing with the person as a person. Then, of course, I'm thinking that also when we are dealing with the issue of transformation, it's the process of addressing and responding to diversity by increasing participation in all aspects of culture and community, hence reducing inclusion. When you look at issues of leadership, actually it's very interesting, and I like that my previous speaker has mentioned it. In most cases, when you get anywhere, decisions have been made. Those that are Senate members, do you remember how it's approved, supported? And you are sitting there thinking, approved? When did we discuss this thing? Why is it supported? Yeah, and because you are not the top in the Senate, you just sit there thinking, to yourself. And I remember one time I asked something on in one of the Senate meetings, and something was supposed to be approved, and I put it on the chat. And someone responded to me and said, that is career limiting, delete that thing. Yeah, because I failed to do what you'll do when you are like, what is happening here? Yeah, so immediately I was told, careful, don't do that. And guess what? I deleted it because I knew that I'll be in trouble. Already I've been asked several times, Cindy, can you just learn to keep quiet? So then I like again that she also highlighted the issue of the Constitution, and not just the Constitution. There are other international and national instruments that are there to ensure actually that we are allowed to participate at whatever level of whatever we do. So I thought that I should highlight the issue of Section 9, which talks about, we must make sure that we are striving and making sure that we are getting to the issue of equality. And then again, to also commit to making sure that there is no discrimination. Now, that is very interesting, again, that she mentioned the issue of black women being angry. Whenever you tend to be mentioning anything that has to do with what is wrong, immediately you are told to calm down. You are too emotional. So black women leaders are perceived as overly aggressive and angry. And sometimes you find, I remember there's one time that someone asked, is she okay? Is there maybe there's a problem at home. Yeah, there's a problem at home. So in other words, even if you are just having in your personal life, you maybe could be going through a divorce, which is just a personal issue, but immediately it's taken as, oh, that is why she's so angry at work. That's why she's pointing that there's a problem with this, because she's going through divorce. And others, if you are not married, then they'll say, that one needs a man. She needs a man. Yeah, she's sexually starved. She needs to be sorted. And some guys will be like, no, don't worry, we'll sort her out. So you could get guys approaching you, not because they want you, but there's a mandate that has been taken outside. Can you calm her down, So these are the things so you can see how the sexism comes in, even if it's not formal, but no, she's sexually frustrated, sort her out, And one time I even said, guys, who said that if you are married, you are actually sexually satisfied? Not because you are single, then it means you are covered. I'm sorry, I'm an honest person, so yeah, I'll be too much sometimes. Yeah, but we end up responding like that because you are trying to show that you cannot take a personal issue and move it into the office. There is a clear definition of what you are doing in the office. There's a job description. Don't deal with me as a person or as a woman or even as a man, because we know that as men they'll be told, I'm from KwaZulu-Natal, and if you happen to be this man that is perceived to be having your wife or one girlfriend, then they're like, you know what, you are only managing one woman, what are you talking about? You see, so you must be having multiple women to show that you can manage these big things. So again, there's the issue of hypersexualization of black women, which is a serious issue where people are actually thinking that at the end of the day, when you come into the professional environment, the way you dress, you are inviting people, the way you talk, you cannot love yourself, because then it means you are saying, come and have me. So it's always an issue. Then again, this one, I've suffered on this one, the mommy figure, where you are, perceived to be nurturing and, you're supposed to be self-sacrificing, often leading to this expectation that you'll be able to prioritize others' needs over your own ambitions. And I love what she just mentioned, because that's an example where a position has to be divided into two so that this person can be taken care of and you are sacrificed. But also there's this issue of expecting you to be a soft person as soon as, and where does it happen mostly? When you do performance assessment. You are, eventually you are told, yeah, I know I didn't perform that well, but I need this money. I've budgeted this money for school fees. So you can see immediately now they are coming into your emotion to say, even if I'm not performing, but please just give me this score because I need the money. So this mommy figure we need to deal with. Then, of course, there is again the issue of women leaders being perceived as lazy. And, we always have excuses. As soon as you say your baby is sick, it's like, okay, is it really true that your baby is sick? So we have a project that we are doing actually on women as leaders. And I thought, let me take some data, because sometimes when we talk here, it's like, okay, you are talking about yourself. Let me remove myself and just take some extracts from the data. And because you can read it yourself, I don't want to read. You can actually see how it came in where someone is talking about not being appreciated. And sometimes you are not even are recognized for whatever that you've done until, who talked about hip hitting? Professor Makano, where someone else, you are the one who's pushing the idea, but all of a sudden someone comes in because they are male, they are praised for the very same thing that you are doing. So even your thinking is not taken to be quality enough until the very same thing has been mentioned by this guy who's going to say it with this language. And I always say that I just speak normal language. I might not speak this, revolutionary what, and I will not bring in Karl Marx into my talking. But the truth is that I am pushing for transformation in whatever that I'm doing. Then again, there is a constant exposure to danger in whatever that you are doing, because as you can see that whatever decisions that you make as a leader, they could backfire. You remember when our VC was supposedly now having bodyguards, and people were saying, why should you have bodyguards? The other VCs have never had bodyguards. Yes, because they were never in danger, you see. So you remember the other guy who was walking naked in the VC's office? So there are many things that happen that actually put us in danger. Some people think it will be physical danger, but remember, someone can come into your office as a female and claim that you have actually try to grab them or whatever it is. So you should, but also that happens to men. We also do the same thing of using the whole thing of harassment to actually get our points through or to get what we want. So again, in this particular data, we were talking about the issue of, when you are traveling, you have to be aware of your surroundings because you are not sure what is happening. Think of it. You remember when, I'm sorry, I have to keep on saying you remember. We normally have these lechotlas, strategic planning sessions that happen, and you'll find that sometimes they'll finish very late. And someone raised it at Senate to say that we are not safe to be traveling at night. So the constant exposure to danger. And someone said, no, but it's your job. We cannot even say that we do not feel unsafe when we are finishing meetings very late. The very same meetings that are held very late, when you are walking in the corridors, if someone was targeting you, they could grab you on the way because no one escorts you to your car. You see, so there's all these things that are quite normal when you are a male leader because they are mature. They can, some of them even carry guns at work. We don't carry guns, but I'm organizing one. Yeah, because, at the end of the day, and I'm serious about this, why is it in a country that is so unsafe, we keep on thinking we shouldn't be protecting ourselves? So I go around, because I do community engagement, wherever we are negotiating and chatting with women, I'm like, how is your shooting going, So you go for a shooting range and you learn and take your gun and move around. Sexy ones put in your bag, and in case something happens, you can do something. Yeah, so again, there's a resistance to being led by females, and I like that she highlighted it. And this particular research project also, they also highlighted that, there are people who are clearly saying that we don't want to be led by females. But the sad part about this is that, again, even this data says it, that it's females that are also saying the same thing. They are saying she's a female, we hate her, we want to be led by a man. And this is data. It's not something that you are thumb-sucking. So much of the resistance stems from patriarchal mindset that is deep-rooted in all racial and ethnic spectrums of the South African societies. And again, some authors have observed that despite efforts made on the policy-making front, patriarchy remains deeply entrenched within the fabric of our society to such an extent that most women consider it to be a normal way of life. When it's me who's a leader, I'll be talking and leading in the meeting, and people are busy at the back. But when it's a man, everyone is like, hey, Ntate, hey, there's this stature when it's a man. But when it's a woman, it's like, no, Then there's lack of support from fellow women. That was very, very clear even in this data. And some women will do this, by the way. They will sit in the meeting, not support you, and then when the meeting or during break, they'll come outside and say, we agree with you, but we cannot say it inside. Now, my question is, what is the use of you supporting me outside when it's about numbers inside? So at the end of the day, we are so hypocritic that we are even proud to come outside and try. I mean, why should you make me feel good? Like my sister. No, you are not my sister. If you cannot support me inside, you are not my sister. So this game is out there, and it's us women that are doing it. Then, of course, the issue of sexual harassment, that actually is very, it's clear. In this particular case, we had these participants who were talking about, whenever like there's a opportunity for promotion, then they'll be told, you know what, the position is yours, but you know what to do. You should come and visit my office. Yeah, so sometimes that is why when you are a woman and you are a leader, it becomes a bit of a problem. It's like you lose your dignity. Because what do they say? All these women that are in high positions, they are panty droppers. Yeah, what did she do to get there? And again, that is why when I think there is one chancellor's address that I did, and I was saying to the graduates, one thing that you have to do besides looking after your CV is that you look after your personal CV, where you are ensuring that as you are climbing in whatever that you do, make sure that you have not compromised yourself. And therefore, when you stand, you are able to say whether they Google you or you are passing, you are able to walk anywhere with pride, even if you've not been given that promotion, because you know your self-integrity is intact. So as women, we should always remember this, that when it comes to all these sexual favors, if you are someone that is not happy, you are not content, you'll always be a victim. I don't know whether you are a victim, because at the end, if you want things that you have not been, you do not get on merit, then I don't know whether you are a victim. So it goes back to how we should be sitting down and teaching our students, and even talking amongst ourselves about how to ensure that you are content and you make sure that you get things in very, clear ways. Don't take shortcuts, because at the end, it's not nice that I should be standing there, and as soon as you say Professor Ngubane, they're like, that one I did her a favor. You don't want that. Then again, the issue of the workplace dynamics. There is underrepresentation in senior positions, where you find that most of us are just remaining in middle management. And as soon as you want to actually get up there, all of a sudden you are told, no, you don't have experience, or whatever that they say. But historically, this has manifested itself. But again, us as women, I think we must be thinking also about the questionable leadership quality amongst ourselves. We know very well there are many women that have got into top leadership, and we ourselves know that they are not performing. So we need to be accountable and say, if you are taking that top position, do not use being a woman as the only card. Go there and commit and do the work. And if there are people that can mentor you, whether they are male or female, go for mentorship and make sure that you do the right thing. So that is why I said, as much as there's underrepresentation, also we need to make sure that those that are already there, they are doing the right things. And they're actually providing quality leadership. Then again, the acting and secondment opportunities are reserved for the network. And the network comes in, you see in the next one, it's the issue of who goes with who to church. The born-agains don't want to deal with the conservative churches. If you are a ZCC and you cover my head like me, you are a problem. If you are a Muslim, you are like, you will not get anywhere. These acting and secondment opportunities are not sometimes on merit. They are just for certain people and, reserved for them. Even if they are not performing, you'll see someone instead will be moved from one portfolio to the other. so that they keep on acting. By the way, someone is going to ask, what's a big deal about acting and secondment? It's about building your CV. Talent management is a critical thing, and if it means that it actually circulates amongst people so that everyone can get to actually accumulate in their own CV, then let's do that. But we cannot have the same people always acting in different portfolios and not actually providing any quality leadership in all of them anyway. So this gets worse when you are from minority groups. Again, I mentioned the disability, and again, the mixed race. We as the blacks, we have our own issues. The white people are on their own. Then there is the so-called colored people that are there. They don't have izithakazelo like us, that when I come in, you are going to say Womenin, and therefore there's some kind of identification and identity and linkage that comes in. These ones are mixed races. They don't share any of the sides. They're a mix of both. And therefore, when you look critically in most of the leadership positions, we have very little representation of coloreds and Indians. So, and this, we should be thinking about it to say, what is it that we are doing wrong? And of course, the issue of religion, if you happen to be a Sangoma and you are coming in, then others will even think that you are possessed and what. They bring in all these things that to make sure that you see that you are not. Then again, the issue of ageism, and you brought it, where people are saying you are too young, you shouldn't be there, where are you rushing? Now the question is, there's someone who asked me that, Sindile, where are you rushing? Then I asked, okay, wait. The criteria for full professorship has been put there, and I qualify. In fact, I overqualify. So are you suggesting because I'm not the age that you think I should be to be a full professor, should I wait until your age? When did you become a full professor? And then all of a sudden, no, you're aggressive. But I'm asking a question. You started by saying, where am I rushing? And I'm responding to you. You see, so at the end of the day, we need to get used to the fact that now we are going to have full professors that are under 30. We need to get used to that. Simply because the children now that are coming in, they are not like us who are saying, no, I don't want to do a PhD, I don't want to do a master's, no, let me focus on that. They are doing both at the same time. They will get families, then they are doing their masters, then they are publishing at the same time. So they'll become full professors earlier than most of you. They should not be demonized because of that. Then the issue of the physical appearance also is very big. There's body shaming. I was saying to my sister, Dr. Kuno, that you know what, we got used to this thing that leaders, when they are women, they wear black suit, and they're walking like this, you know. Yeah, so if you are just like me, walking like, you know, no, you're not ready for leadership, not as yet. Yeah, you need to be wearing a coat and looking very, yeah, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. Then there's lack of support from colleagues, there's lack of support from superiors, which of course affects your career advancement and also affects your mental wellness as a leader. Then there's lack of capacity building or mentorship actually into the leadership positions itself. I'm glad that we have spaces like HES SA where we are able to go there and go through some training and what. But I wish they could increase the numbers because I think they only take 30. And there are many people that need to be exposed to that. So there's a need for mentorship, there's need for more work to be done to prepare people so that we don't end up having problems of like saying that so-and-so does not qualify or so-and-so does not know what to do. We need to be deliberate. And that is why when you go to other races, they sit and plan on things. There's going to be a position there, someone must be prepared for this. We don't do that. With us as black people, you are on your own. You apply. There's not even the panel, there's no one who knows you. But in the other races, you get there in the panel, they just get in and they look like this. Already they know people. We need to learn how to be strategic. Then again, I thought, let me bring in the issue of resilience. And you must please understand me, when I talk about resilience, I'm not saying we must begezela, no. But I'm saying how do you then develop the ability to bounce back from adversity? When things are tough and you are being belittled in the leadership space, then from the frustrations and the misfortune, and so that you can become an effective leader. How do you sort of debrief at the end of the day, having spaces where you can sit and talk about the pain and not being taken serious and all that, so that at the end of the day, you become resilient and not give up. There are some of us who have already said, no one, there's too much politics in those top positions. We are not even coming there. And that's why Prof. Makano was mentioning it. People will be like, and then no, I'm not doing that. I'd rather be a research professor because then I can do my thing and be away from all this, politics. So you need to actually be resolute and ensure that you know that you are not going anywhere. You are going to stay and you are going to still be there and lead. Because the fascinating thing that we should know is that each and every one of us have something to offer. We are very different. I do things differently, the other one does things differently. But if all of us are looking forward to ensure that there's transformation, when you get into this space, you are bringing others in, then it means that there'll be succession in this particular leadership, instead of having one person and then there's a gap and then one person. So as a way forward, then I thought we should be promoting advocacy and resilience in the way that we do policy changes. Unfortunately, as South Africa, we know we already have policies. The issue is about implementation of those policies. So I would say that we need to be ensuring that the policies that we have on transformation are actually constantly being amended so that they accommodate the new things. For example, when you look at UJ, most of their ranking comes from postdoctoral fellows. Here at UNISA, there's a time when we were not allowed to have non-South African postdoctoral fellows. And yes. And what did it do? It backfired on us, because then our publications were not increasing. So in other words, when I'm talking about when you are looking at transformation, you need to constantly be flexible in your policies and go back and say, is this policy not affecting the organization? Is it not affecting the students? Is it not affecting the general sort of initiative of social justice? Because we are here to serve communities. And then again, ensure that in whatever that we do, we are pushing for cultural changes. Then at the same time, also we need to build strong supportive leadership networks. And I think I did mention this before, to say that let's be deliberate about the building of leadership in such a way that when we are sitting here, we must know that Grace is being prepared for this one, that one is being prepared for that. And if it doesn't work in that particular space, you apply somewhere else. Who is in the board? What are they doing there? Who's not there? You cannot be sitting and just leaving it to luck, as if it's us women who get home and say, what can I cook? Okay, no, there's nothing. We'll have bread and cheese. With leadership, you need to be strategic, you need to be deliberate. Then again, constantly advocate for institutional change, and that is where we are actually sitting down and doing an audit of saying, who are the leaders? I remember I spoke to Prof. Sipota, and I said, Prof, in the registrar's office, there's no woman there. Registrars are always male at UNISA. Yeah? Yeah? Registrars are always male. Who said they should be male? And I said to them, because of course I'm this naughty person, I'm like, you know what, can you find a woman and make sure they are young? Because besides that, the fact that they are male, all of them are grown up. I'm not an ageist, but all of them are almost the same age. So there'll be no institutional memory because all of them will get out at the same time. So I said to them, can you get some young women to come into the registrar's office? Let them shadow you, let them do whatever, but we need women in that office. And I hope you are hearing from the DLT. Dr. Malekutu, I hope you've heard that one for the registrar's office. Then again, there's a need to develop policies that promote accountability for discrimination. We cannot just talk that there are issues, we keep pointing them out, but there's no accountability. There needs to be consequence management. And the people that are actually doing this discrimination should be taken into account. Then again, as I'm concluding, we need to have structured and informal leadership mentorship, and then there's a need, of course, for informed, evidence-based interventions on issues of leadership, so that at the end of the day, we are not just moving without any informed data that is on the ground. So I thank you very much, and I'm hoping that at the end of this seminar, we'll try and check whether there is enough inclusion of marginalized populations within the leadership structures in the SA Academy. Thank you very much.
Molweni. Dumelang. Good morning. My name is Lesego Chiloane, and I usually say I don't perform poetry as a form of entertainment because I'm an emerging scholar, so I use it as a methodological tool or a theoretical lens. And Prof. Grace, I think there's a theme that maybe next year you'll have to pick up from, because there's a common trend that we are talking about, and I think in one of the poems I touch on it. The first poem I'm going to start with is Bebe Guhleba. I was passing by the corridor. They didn't see me. Of course, I'm a young black woman, they won't see me. And they were laughing, saying, "Kaze iyo zala nkomoni." Talking about your name, tarnishing your name, with deep voices, but there were squeaky voices as well, saying they're giving you only 6 months to a year, that you're going to quit, you're going to give up. But who do you think you are to lead them? Because you're soft, you're kind, you're motherly, or weak, you're fragile, uyatefa, you're angry. Ungumedem, a mad woman. Haibo, basho wena. With disgust, I stopped, just to look them in the eyes. These were black men, with black women amongst them in their midst. To my surprise, it was black women who were laughing the most, laughing at the jokes these men made. Bebe Guhleba and ngiyabapayisa. I wondered as a young woman what happened to being your sister's keeper. Why couldn't these women say, "No, we disagree. She's going to be great because we are behind her. We support her leadership. We support her name." Kodwa they couldn't. Bebe Guhleba. They just laughed with them. Yes, we talk about sexism and about racism. Important conversations, but we just need to talk about why we as black women hate each other. How we've become so divided. Siyazondana as black women, it is scary how this is also becoming a generational curse. Masakhaneni bafazi, masithandaneni bafazi, masibambaneni bafazi. We need to love each other as black women. We need to care. We need to offer spaces of peace, spaces of comfort, spaces of support. We need to fight for each other. We've been silent for far too long. We've closed our eyes for far too long, whilst our names endure insults. Bebe Guhleba. Thank you. The last offering I would love to make is evoking Mam Gertrude Ntlabati's name. I'm not sure if you know her, but she was the first black woman to obtain a bachelor's degree in 1927. My name is Gertrude Ntlabati. I was the first black woman to obtain a bachelor's of arts degree in 1927, 97 years ago. I remember writing a letter to the rector, Alexander Kerr, questioning, why is he giving scholarships only to men to pursue postgraduate studies overseas or elsewhere? I wanted more than a BA, but because I was a woman, a black woman, I was not allowed to dream, to be more. But then here you are. Yes, things aren't easy, but here you are. You black women, you black women leaders. Ditshipi tsa thuto. You are important. Ningosogolwazi. You're doing it. It's not easy, I know. Some of you are the first professors. Some of you are silenced, hurt, abused, intimidated. But we, as your ancestors, Gertrude, are holding you in prayer. We are proud of you, Ningamaqhawekazi. You've knocked, you've written, you've stayed, you've cried, but you've led. You've led with bravery, you've led with dignity. Do not despair, therefore. Do not be discouraged. There are young black women looking at you, looking for you. Nizophumelela ngenkani. We won't allow you to fall. Ngampani siphahle sonke. Hold on. Push. Stand together. Sinani. Siyanibona. Siyanibonga. My name is Gertrude Ntlabati, the first black woman to graduate with a BA degree in 1927. And now there are many of you. Bambanani. One day, years after you've joined us back home, your academic daughters and sons will stand and remember your name. Amandla. Amandla. Awethu. Thank you.
Okay. So maybe as a disclaimer, my disclaimer is that I navigate the academy from a very privileged position. Having worked with black women, and so what I do is I force myself into this state of utopia where I imagine new possibilities, if you like, of how the academy can be for black women. And I do it because, I mean, out of respect, there's so many women who have sort of navigated and done the digging, the excavating, the fighting. And secondly, because I imagine these realities because that's the sort of reality I want to exist in when I'm in the academy. So today, I suppose I invite you to imagine, okay? So keep that in mind. So I've titled my input "Called to Lead." And maybe it's a potential theoretical framework in which we can sort of consider what leadership can look like for African women. So the public higher education, of course, is seen as one of the sectors that are a key driver in the advancement of women in Africa, of which Amina Mama argues that the purpose of higher education institutions is, amongst others, to recognize and support scholarship that does not passively reproduce the gender biases that we find within these mainstream epistemologies, these methodologies, and these disciplines that exist and don't sort of recognize other knowledge systems. I further want to say, also just relying on Mama there, that the purpose of public higher education is that research and analysis should be fully cognizant of African realities. It should extend across the disciplines and offer resources for addressing the challenge of supporting the pursuit of equitable development. The university in Africa, of course, with its various disciplines and its disciplinary canons, have historically excluded Africans, particularly African women. And notably, of course, the transformation imperatives shifts towards decolonial frameworks, fees must fall being a key moment at which we sort of start to think of inclusion. We sort of start to think about who we are centering in the classroom, in the curriculum, who is teaching, and to some extent, if you like, who then, or to some extent, the notion of belonging and how do you feel when you're inside a university. Now, I'll come back to this idea of feeling, right? And I want you to sort of keep it, I think, the artistic offering also just in terms of evoking sort of emotions at this point is quite key as well, but I'll flag this when I get there. So while we recognize the rise in African women vice-chancellors, Dr. Bopape also spoke to this in the introduction, Black women, of course, continue to be underrepresented in terms of full professors, A, and 2, of course, senior management. To date, what we can sort of sit with as a reality is that the African university or the university in Africa is an ongoing unfinished history of sort of where we are dealing with this tension of coloniality and we're dealing with the tension of sexism. Together sometimes, exclusively sometimes. According to Ahmed's analysis, the university functions as a space that is inhabitable for some bodies and not for others. It's a space which orientates bodies in specific directions, affecting how they take up space. That's because colonialism makes the world white. From a spatial perspective, these objectives could also be thought as spaces or places of everyday life that are reachable for some bodies and not for others. So what Prof. Ngubane talks about to say, well, they cannot talk the way we do, so maybe you can't sit at the same table as us. Fundamentally, Ahmed makes the argument that spaces acquire the skin of the bodies that inhabit them. So in order for you to sort of find belonging within a space, you have to carry a particular body, you have to carry a particular skin. With this background in mind, I want to share some of my current explorations in thinking of African women leadership from an African feminist lens. And I invite you to think about this, and you are welcome to keep some of these questions as your own personal reflections. You don't have to share them out loud. But if you're like Prof. Ngubeni, you may. And so we'll see. So let's start with a thought. You arrived at UNISA this morning. You entered through the main gate, I suppose, with your knowledge that this is a university that's led by an African female and woman. What were your thoughts? What were your feelings? Did you have this knowledge? Or did you enter this outside of this knowledge? Are you oblivious of this knowledge? Do you feel like you are in an African woman-led university? Are my questions weird? Do they make you uncomfortable? Why and why not? And so my question is, if you can feel exclusion, if you can see sexism, and if you can feel racism, can you feel an African woman university? Can you see it? Can you identify it? So whilst you ponder on those questions for yourself, I probably should frame the African feminisms that I want to rely on. Because yes, there are many, and I don't want to start a debate about the various feminisms that exist and which ones we find palatable for us. I frame my African feminism starting with the Charter of African Feminists of 2006, which states that we choose to name ourselves feminists because we place ourselves within a clear ideological position. By naming ourselves as feminists, we politicize the struggle for women's rights. We question the legitimacy of the structures that keep women subjugated, and we develop tools for transformatory analysis and action. I further rely on the foundation of the works of scholars like Oyewumi, Amaidume, Qola, Lewis, Hasim, Aminamama, who have in some ways excavated or spoken to structural ways in which women's lives intersect with institutions and space, and how these police or place some form of surveillance on Black and African women's bodies, or how institutions and spaces dictate our understandings of the private and of the public, how they make us feel safe or unsafe, how these determine our voices, and how these inform our actions. Then parallel to that is another set of scholars that I enjoy relying on, the scholarship of Motseme, Kunu, Makokwana, Abrahams, Matebeni, Magatla, Mokwena, to name a few, whose work is valuable to remind us of pre-existing ways and structures in our everyday lives where women exist in power and determine power structures. The kind of African feminism that I rely on and frame my input is one that recognizes the historical positioning of African women and refuses to accept the colonial narrative that women were not in positions of power. Particularly, that power and leadership is foreign to African women. In fact, if anything, I'm invested in the type of African feminism that looks straight at patriarchy and racist structures and say, you are lying, if at the point of transformation is the only time where we are going to talk about African women emerging as leaders. I rely on the scholarships that show that history, language, and everyday ritual is sustainable through the role of African women. Because African feminism, as Horedema frames it, is a knowledge that validates the experiences of women of Africa and African origin against a mainstream feminist discourse. It's a justice that aims to create a discernible difference between women who were colonized and those who were deemed the colonizers. Particularly, it's a social movement that aims to raise a global consciousness which sympathizes with African women's histories, their present realities, and future expectations. And so, what has emerged for me on the research on African women leadership in higher education is that there are various debates that emerge out of this. The first is that there's an expectation that African women leaders should be feminists, right? Or should associate themselves with feminism. And I think that this creates a tension, right, for the African women leaders, because our general understandings of feminism are often associated with liberal feminism and mainstream feminism. We don't necessarily see this in our language, is the argument, right? We don't see this historically in our culture. Fair. I also think that part of what creates this tension is that depending on the type of feminism that you are going to locate yourself in, these African women are going to have to then sit with the tension of having to deal with the politics of race versus the politics of gender. And oftentimes, it becomes a struggle to deal with these as two exclusive entities. So which camp do you support first and which one do you sacrifice? The second tension that I find within the research that I do is that there seems to be a class disconnect between African women who are leaders and everyday women. Oftentimes, in as much as fair, I think we recognize that if you are going to be an African woman leader, you are sort of sitting in a particularly elite position. What I think is incredibly fascinating was some of the ways, or some of the women in which and I've engaged in how they're thinking about their leadership, is that a lot of how they're framing their values tend to come from everyday women, tends to come from how they were raised. And I'll flag this a little bit later. I think these two conflicts are difficult because A, the academy has a colonial footprint of race and patriarchy, amongst other oppressions. And how the emergence of the transformation discourse sort of necessitates that the university place these two against each other for Black and African bodies. And the Black woman leader, of course, is the one that has to sort of contend with either addressing these two legacies. This creates various issues within the academy, lack of community or network, which particularly then decenters the value of the scholarship. And it also disadvantages, I suppose, students and various networks that we could build. According to Clover, feminist leadership is a transformative approach that aims to identify and dismantle oppressive systems, particularly those perpetuating sexism and other forms of marginalization. It goes beyond simply promoting women to leadership positions. Instead, it focuses on changing the entire system that privileges patriarchal and white hegemony. This leadership style, they argue, is inclusive. It considers intersecting identities like race and gender and ethnic identity, and it seeks to benefit all people, not just women. It emphasizes working across different groups and movements to create broader equity and confront hegemonic practices, especially in educational leadership. Fundamentally, a feminist leadership would require one to use gender as an organizing principle and not as a statistic, right? That looks to remind us that there are women in these particular spaces. So perhaps the question we should ask is, in what ways do we sort of, when we think of African women leadership, are we able to say gender here has been particularly used as a way that's going to organize sort of these gendered politics? Hooks also reminds us, of course, like all political positions, one becomes a believer in feminist politics through choice and action. And that for feminists, leadership is about gendered power relations that impact on social justice. So, I want to try out this idea that we're thinking about, that I'm thinking about as a theoretical framework. We'll call to lead, if you like, an ancestral perspective. And perhaps what I ask when I think about this is, what is it about whiteness and maleness that makes it legitimate? That makes us then have these gaps and these questions when the body is not white and male? And of course, I would invite black men to also meditate on that question. It affects you. You are also a gendered being. African feminist work generally challenges us to reimagine and redefine the ways people lead. Feminist leadership asks us to imagine how we can individually and collaboratively lead, learn, and educate in ways that can bring social and institutional change. And perhaps the question here that I'm dropping again is, what does the African and Black woman leadership project look like? What are its links to Africanity, to Blackness, and how productive is it to decenter coloniality in a colonial architecture? To answer this question, and I'm thinking around my imagined theoretical framework of some sorts, called to lead. And here I sort of meditate on ancestral links to leadership, and a key example being Mojaji. Mojaji being a historical reference of African women leadership that has existed outside of the colonial telling of time. So how are we shocked at this point that African women are leaders in institutions, right? Why does that shake? Why are our systems rebooting? Why are we having circuit failures when that sort of is something that happens, right? But there's other framework and concepts that exist within our languages and in our cultures, right? Makadzi, which the Vavenda people used. Machidze theorizes this. Umakulu, Umafungwashe, which Amaxhosa people use. Ndende, Makokwana theorizes this. Rakadi, which the Basotho Batswana people use. Kunou particularly theorizes this. Here you are able to find existing structures that exist within our cosmologies, A, but two, are able to show you how power has always existed within our everyday lives as African. But what I think is incredibly important about these particular concepts, vis-a-vis how then we sort of appoint women to leadership positions, or determine that it is now time for us to appoint women to leadership positions, is that to be a Makadzi, a Mafungashe, a Rakadi, you are simply born into that role. So you are called into that position. It doesn't have to be qualified by external factors. There's no committees. There's no committees that are going to come. There's no Senate that's going to bother you. You are called into that role, right? And I think, in fact, more so, you're going to be ostracized and heavily judged if you don't step into that role adequately. So what is the tension that we have as Africans? Why are we confused with African women leading when we go home and there's a whole Rakadi that's going to tell you exactly what to do? Not because of power, sometimes because of power, fair, but fundamentally because they are the one that is entrusted with the responsibility to do that. So what makes us have short circuits within the institutions and the workspaces that we are in, that makes us uncomfortable with African women leadership, but our everyday life exists with these types of women? So I'm going to let us swallow that question. Okay. Sepe contends with us that Africanization and the promotion of IKS demands a re-examination of history, the interrogation of cultural symbols, and the reconfiguration of models of intellectual immolation. This process is not achieved without critiquing, engaging, and analyzing values, assumptions, ideologies, and interests that are embedded and reflected in the bodies of knowledge in institutions of learning. So, I think the value of what various disciplines such as sociology, theology, politics, literature, and gender studies show us is that there is an opportunity to locate the ways in which African women's epistemologies can help us find language in our institutions, especially as we locate and we insist that we are African universities. How do we then legitimize the relationship between the lived experiences that we have and the situations or the positions we find ourselves in higher education? How do we reconcile that tension? Especially because you're existing in a space where birthrights and leadership assigned by birthright is general. The irony, of course, is that the university space in its construction as an African university requires you to break some form of glass ceiling to prove yourself over and over and over again. The emergence of theorizing African women's social role and the ways in which society enables them to make use of this currency allows us to sort of see how African women leaders make spaces livable. They make use of space. They create these livable cultures in ways in which discourses around culture, these currencies make cultures livable cultures. And so the experiences of institutional cultures allows us to sort of exist in spaces that are livable. The research is showing, of course, a tension between how we understand the responsibility of leadership and the symbolic meaning. And the gap for me is how then we are unable to sort of imagine this and export this into these institutions that we lead. In other words, how do we, through understanding the ways in which women participate in rituals in every day, how do we use that as a mirror of how we can imagine the future of the university space? Elsewhere in my work with Nkgotwe, and in borrowing from Kuno's argument on ritual context, we argue that African women and how they construct their personhood is linked fundamentally to ritual making, which Kuno argues women, and in particular Borakgadi, play a significant role in this cultural transference, this identity creation, and the sort of this making and remaking of culture, to bridge traditional African cultural concepts with modern political frameworks. How do we use these metaphors to establish new ways of understanding power and governance in higher education? These African and Black feminist epistemologies, which articulate the historical roots of Black feminist thoughts, embody a distinguishable difference in cultural standpoint for me, located in this intersection and overlap of culturally constructed socializations of race and class and gender and other identities, and particularly how the historical and contemporary context of oppression and resistance for African women can sort of allow us to imagine these new futures. I think the value of this work for me is that it merges past life experiences and the current context to speak to the reality of being a leader in a white supremacist patriarchal imperialist society. In thinking through these pre-existing roles in African societies, we are able to appreciate what Dillard refers to as knowing and research as both historical, meaning we are able to take knowing backwards, we extend ourselves backwards in time, and we bring ourselves outward to the world, to approach the world as a way in which we are able to find cultural and empirical meaningfulness in everyday life. And so, these African and women-centered epistemologies, which embody these ways of knowing, exist not only to place African women in time, but to show to show where African women are situated socially and historically within our societies. So, questions I'm pondering with, that I am going to burden you with, because I will not sit with these questions by myself. The first one, I've flagged it. How do we legitimize African women leadership in Africa? How can we leverage this legitimization, particularly, and transfer it within the higher education space? What is the interrelationship between power and leadership? What does it mean for African women when power and leadership is defined outside of their ontological being and their cosmology? When power and leadership is defined outside of what you understand, what does it mean? What is your everyday dilemma at work? Just working in this confusion, if you like. Creating an institution out of this confusion. Why is it difficult to determine an African feminist leadership? And why do we think it's going to be the opposite of traditional leadership? Why do we think it's going to be the opposite of male leadership? Why do we think it's going to conflict with male leadership? How do we define African feminist leadership? How does it feel and look like? What are some of the institutional cultures in your university that you think you would associate to African feminist leadership? To what extent do these represent your imagination of the university, the current university, the future university? Are you in the future of the university? Your body, your language, your dress. When you imagine a university, are you nostalgic? When you think of an African woman leader, how does she look like? What is she wearing? When you touch her, how does she feel like? What does she smell like? Is she wearing the same beads as Prof. Ngubane? Does that relate to something you've seen before? Does it not? Is that something you particularly want to see? Is it flowery? Is it hard? Is it concrete? What does it tell you about what leadership can? Does it make you feel like the woman is a boss? She can achieve everything. Is it soft? What are those feelings for you? What does that evoke for you? And is that a university that you would want to be in? Or is that a university that you would not want to be in? What is it about this particular imagination of the university that potentially makes you feel angry, hurt, pain, happy? Is it inspirational? And so, in all of these questions I ask myself that I have now burdened you with, I ask myself, to what extent are we committed to the project of building the future African university? To what extent are we committed to the project of making that university an African feminist university? Or not an African feminist university, for that matter? What are some of the feelings that we are going to move with into creating this imagined African future university? Pain, happiness, inclusion, fun. What are some of the emotions that we are going to intentionally leave out of the university? Protest, curriculum, books, reading. What are the things that we absolutely want to see that might continue to remind us of who we are? Is it symbolic of Rakhadi? Is it symbolic of the umafungwashe wasekhaya, the firstborn daughter? Am I able to sort of move into this university and see myself reflected in its culture and see a resemblance of home? Or are universities simply spaces and so this is the question. Are universities simply spaces of discourse that our bodies need to always be disassociated from? And I will leave you with that.
I guess it's tough being a woman after all. Yeah, indeed, it is very overwhelming to speak after such eloquent speakers. You know, today when I woke up, I got a call from my mentor, who happened to be the former Secretary General in this institution, Ms. Shatadi Poshoko. She always makes sure that I am prepared. And last night I ensured her with, no, SG, you don't have to worry today. I've got this. And she said to me, I mean, after all, you are a woman. And the mindset of a woman is made to beautify, like Prof. Mahano just alluded before she left. And I was like, you know what, SG, I've got this today. And she said, I'll be there. No, don't come. You're going to make me nervous. Because this is not my first time sharing a stage with such powerful women. But this is my first time her being in the present with me, having to share my speech. I mean, in my speech today, I will mainly focus on the journey of some powerful women in their academic journey. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and honored guests, my name is Kotatso Musimere, the National Student Representative Council member under the portfolio of Sports and Cultural Officer. I would like to take this opportunity to greet the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the biggest university in the land, in Bogoto, Prof. Puleng Lenkabula, the Executive Director of the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning, and Professor in Psychology of Education, Prof. MD Magano. A powerful woman she is, I tell you. The Director of Scholarship Change in the Department of Leadership and Transformation, who also work at the Office of the Principal and Vice Chancellor, Mme Grace Kuno. My fellow guest speakers, Dr. Kilebogile Maketa, Ms. Sipokazi Tau, Prof. Rosa Manyeze, and Prof. Silindile Ngubane. It is an honor to speak amongst you today. Last but not least, we take this opportunity to greet and express our most profound gratitude to the organizers of this event, the unsung heroes in the background that made this event a possibility, and the attendees for taking their precious time to come and attend this auspicious event today, all protocol observed. Today I stand before you to address an issue which affects us all, yet disproportionately impacts the leadership of being a Black woman in academic and professional space and society at large. We gather at a time when academic opportunity is grasping with the harsh realities of racism, sexism, and intersectional discrimination. As a Black woman in leadership, we are the embodiment of resilience, determination, and excellence. Yet we face unique challenges that threaten our existence in these hollow halls of learning. I mean, Prof. Magano, when she left here, she asked a question: are women leaders? Because most of our times, we find ourselves as the face, and when you hear the voice, it's actually not a woman speaking, but it is the voice of a man that is speaking. But then, yet again, we should ask ourselves, are we really leading? Are women in this position leading, or is it men telling them what to do, at what time? We are constantly unrepresented, undervalued, and underestimated. We are subjected to racist, sexist bias and stifle our growth, undermining our authority and restore our confidence. This is proven through the fellow women that I will be speaking about today. Umama Advocate Busisiwe Mkhobane, the former public protector and now the member of Parliament under the economic freedom fighter, a Black woman who was unwarrantedly attacked by white media. She was accused of being biased against white. Advocate Busisiwe Mkhobane faced some intersectional challenges as a Black woman in a position of power, navigating both racism and sexism. She faced scrutiny, criticism through multiple angles. Advocate Busisiwe Mkhobane experienced highlights of complexity and challenges faced by the Black women in leadership positions in South Africa today. And then we look at Prof. Mamokhethi Puleng. In her journey of being an academia, she has faced racist stereotypes and biasness, with some questioning her intellectual abilities and leadership capacity due to her race. She has also faced sexist stereotypes. In one of her interviews, she mentioned how white men supremacy have called her names such as a diva. I mean, you look at how men in those positions, when they excel, no one labels them or no one calls them names. But when it's a woman in those positions and they are performing well, because men, they have fixated their minds that there's nothing that a woman is capable of. The only thing that a woman is capable of doing and excelling, they say it's in the kitchen. But when she excelled in those positions and in the responsibility that they gave her, they began to call her names such as diva. But you have never heard any one of us calling a man with such names. They've always questioned her personality, which made it a source of attention. This shows that black women are constantly fighting and facing challenges in their everyday lives. Let us take a moment and reflect on how our mother, Prof. Puleng Nkabule's leadership style was challenged. On the year of 2022, right after she became the VC on the year of 2021, January, I will never forget that year. It was a very personal year to some of us. After 148 years of leadership, a man holding that position, only a woman came and showed us, I can do this better than all those that have done before me. They tried to take her down. There was an MTT report, and right after that, the assessor report came. And then you wonder, you ask yourself, are this thing happening because it is a woman? I find it very frivolous. I mean, to my mind and to my understanding, this had to happen because the leadership we have is a woman. And as expected, the Vice-Chancellor conquered all the stones that were thrown at her. She is a woman after all. The woman is impeccable. Her work speaks volume, and her work speaks for herself. She took our university rank from top 11 to top 6. But no one speaks about that. They are all quiet. You will never hear a man say, she is a Mbogoto. She took our university and raised the flag so high that today we are who we are because of her. This can only be a work of women, Makabane. Setswana sare mosadi we tshwara thipa ka fo bogaleng, and we see the works of this women gore ka nnete ba itshwere thipa ka fo bogaleng. It is because of them that people now wonder and question themselves, Uguti, why did we delay in putting these women in these powerful positions? Because, I mean, I wonder to myself that why is it that every day when a woman have to apply for a position, you then ask yourself, or for instance, when you go for an interview for such position, they ask, oh, you are a woman. That should also conscientize ourselves that why is it that people, they only expect men in high positions? We are young women and we are being led by the most powerful women. So as young women, I urge all of us to be as they are. In conclusion, let us remember the resilience, strength of Umama Winnie Madikizela-Mandela and how the strength and how her strength is emulated through the women that I've just mentioned. In truth, conversation about women and their role and place in national affairs are difficult because are fraught with sexism and judgment. The public sphere isn't safe for women. Certainly not women like Umama Winnie Madikizela-Mandela or Advocate Busisiwe Mkhobane or Mama Phake Mokgethi and our very own mother, Prof. Puleng Nkabula, and the women mood alike. One of the speakers asked a question, Uguti, what are we doing with the policies that are there? The policies are there, but they're not yet implemented. We have many policies. Who are those policies speaking to? If those policies were speaking to us women, I believe that all the women that I have mentioned and all the women that I have not mentioned, they would have not went through what they have gone through. Let us conscientize our minds and make sure that we implement those policies. We have policies such as Employment Equity Act that was formed in 1998. It promotes equal opportunities and diversity in the workplace. But today we don't see that. We don't see the diversity that these policies speak about, but rather we see the discrimination and the racist and the sexist in the workplace. There are policies such as Higher Education Act that encourages the diversity and inclusivity in higher education. Mama Ngubane spoke about the inclusivity. She spoke about people living with disabilities, but we don't see that. Why is it that people that are living in that live with disability are not in these high positions? There's no inclusivity, but yet these policies are there. Who are these policies speaking to? Who is going to implement these policies? It is time that we implement those policies that are there. If not us, then who? We cannot wait for men to implement the policies that do not advocate and favors for them. It is us women that we must implement those policies because they advocate and speaks to us. We have institutional policies. Umam Gubani also mentioned institutional policies. And Umam Choice also, she spoke about her journey when she was at Free State. Her knowing the policies and her reading the policies made her who she is today, made her to conquer all the challenges and all the obstacles that she faced, because what? She read and she understood. And in us reading and knowing the policies, no one can stumble on us. As I conclude, thank you.
Wow. This is powerful. It's been a powerful moment listening to everyone, and I really do appreciate the opportunity to be here, to be a part of this engagement. The Leadership and Transformation Department, thank you. The leadership and team, and thank you, Professor Kuno, for the opportunity for me to be able to join you. When I thought through what would I share looking at the topic, I thought I'm not going to speak to sexism, racist, and the discourse within South Africa because I'm not the best expert in this. But I thought I will speak to what I know and what I feel and what I have experienced, but especially the work that we have recently concluded, landscaping participation of women in leadership within Eastern Africa. And the reason I thought I should speak to that is I feel strongly that we need to begin to work together across the African continent to advance these issues, that we share the same challenges, we feel the same pains, the solutions are the same. And we are at different levels of growth. We have really powerful experiences that we can share across institutions in Africa. And that perhaps if we can be able to create a movement and a shift in the policies at continental level, that maybe we can create a difference. Because sometimes our institutions are difficult to change from within, but somebody out there can change what is happening. And sometimes when they feel the pressure from outside, they might want to change just because they are being left behind, not because they want to change anyway. So we need this to happen across all levels. And so I thought I'll share this. So after all, I'll start with this comment and I'll probably end with it. I'm going to use a presentation which I shared earlier. So, but as I wait for it to come, just to say that, hello? Is there something I was supposed to? Okay, it's there. Okay, so my background, Rhoda is the name, Wanyenze, I was introduced earlier. My background is medicine and public health. My background is not primarily in gender, and sometimes I've had people ask me, why am I talking a lot about issues of gender? And in fact, some people have asked me directly whether this is my space, and I've said, yes, it's my space, because I'm a woman, I have lived the things that I speak to, and that gives me the confidence and power that I belong in this space, and I'll say it. And the reason why I share this too is that sometimes we exclude people in these discussions. And as we begin to think about broadening this and speaking up more, that there shouldn't just be people trained in gender who are seen as experts in gender that speak to gender issues. Anybody that has a story to tell belongs in this space, and we need to be thinking about it deliberately. And within higher education, that we need to be thinking about it not just for faculty, academics, or administrators, but we should also be engaging the young people early, because this is a space when we give them a modeling of what they are going to do when they eventually come up and take our positions in leadership. So I'll just share this very quickly. I'll not take so much time. We started this work on landscaping participation of women in leadership in universities in East Africa, especially because I have been reading a lot about this literature and just depressing. So when we talk about 7 out of 26, I would say that is really great, because we see about 3% on the continent. And I'm going to share with you the data that we saw in the East African region, the largest universities. It's so much worse. I'm not saying we should be comfortable with what we have, but I think we have really not a good situation. And for me, this started with my own university and chairing a review of the policy on gender equality, but also looking at involvement of women, especially in STEM, for the younger students. That's where my passion came from in this. And we observed quite a number of issues that I'll share with you. So I'll not read this, but part of the motivation for doing this landscaping for me was, can we come up with culturally acceptable interventions within our setup? Because we see some really good models, but many of them have been developed elsewhere. And do they really work for us? So we wanted to do this landscaping so that it can inform our thinking around this. And I have a dream that we should get together and do this together beyond the East African region when I hear all of you. So in this scoping, we did a literature review. Initially, we focused on the largest universities within East Africa. So we picked the largest university in each of the countries and did a very detailed review. I'll just share a few bits, but we did a very detailed review around these universities. And then we did also a wider review up to 35 universities, engaging with key informants, engaging with higher education, regulatory entities, the education sectors, and then we also interviewed women. We did an online survey that we sent out to hear from the women themselves in terms of have they actually engaged, involved, offered themselves to be in leadership, or are we still holding ourselves back? And then we also benchmarked some universities, and thank you, UNISA, for accepting to engage with us and for us to hear from you in terms of what you're doing, but we also picked some partner universities in the US to learn from them. So that was our survey. We got fairly low participation in some of the countries, South Sudan, DRC, and Burundi. The participation was not as good, although we had this questionnaire in French as well. But we didn't get a very good response from the Francophone countries. Nevertheless, we did hear from them in terms of what's happening there. So in summary, what we saw is many of the things that I've been hearing colleagues here talking about, the low representation of women, especially at the top, and I'll share with you the table, and then looking at a number of issues around the personal, domestic, family issues, also going to the institutional culture, a number of issues around academic institutions and their culture, the power relations in academic institutions, the issues around the meritocracy, success, and how we define it, and how it can actually be difficult for certain categories of people to penetrate. So there were quite a number of issues there. And then there are policy-oriented issues, policies of the universities, but also external policies, higher education, what is really happening there. Then we had a number of cross-cutting issues. We've had the sexual harassment, the bullying, and a number of those issues coming from there. So we abbreviated it as people. That's how we looked at it, from the personal to the policy, PIPO. And that's how we define what we think is a set of interventions, ultimately, when I share this later. So that is a summary of the 7 universities that we looked at in terms of who is in leadership. So beyond the chancellors, who are not necessarily in executive leadership per se, you can see the next layer was all men. Until I think a month ago or within a few weeks ago, one of those universities has just had a female brought in as an acting vice chancellor because the male who was there was asked to step aside. So hopefully if she's confirmed, our chart would have looked different if we had done it then. But they were all men. All the leaders across the universities, the largest that we picked in the region were all men. And when we looked at the deputy vice chancellors in charge of academic affairs, there was only one female. We had data across all these positions where we dug into, but that picture is not a picture that you bring up young people in when you're nurturing them to be more inclusive, because all the stereotypes we are talking about and all the biases that we are talking about stem from that. They've never seen somebody like them. As she's been saying, if you don't see somebody like you, you don't feel you really belong in that space. And that's the first point of exclusion when you bring up young people in a space that looks like this. And these types of biases have actually been described. I think it's called the imposter syndrome that we see, because you don't really belong. You don't see people that look like you. In the survey, we were also asking the women that responded whether they had offered themselves for leadership. Several had, and where they offered themselves, quite a number were not successful, and some of the comments, there were a number of comments around women feeling like even when they offered themselves, they didn't really feel that they were going to succeed. They had a lot of concerns about the processes that they had to go through. But that is something that we noted. In terms of qualitatively, we had a large number of interviews as well, but a lot of things stick out that we've had everyone here speak about. Again, pipeline issues. I was surprised that we reviewed data from a university where they had 10%, about 10% in a pipeline of women, and I was really shocked. But they had a very progressive-looking policy that had just come in place a few years earlier with aiming at 30% representation of women. But then, surprisingly, they didn't have any provisions within their human resource policies that would support them to bring in the women anyway. So when they advertised, they brought in more men. And that was happening continuously. So we see those issues around pipeline. The entry is limited, especially within the STEM. And then looking at the issues of the PhD requirement. So all these universities require a PhD at entry. And if you've gotten in before those PhD policies were introduced, then you must have a PhD to progress. But the women were struggling with a PhD. Some of them, especially with families, didn't want to do the PhD elsewhere. They wanted to do it within their countries. Now, here in South Africa, you might not feel this because most of your universities offer good PhD programs, but in some of these countries, the PhD training is not as easily available, and if it's available, then the scholarships are focused on the undergraduate. You don't have the scholarships at master's and PhD level. So the advancement for those women is an issue. So it speaks to the need for us to improve our training at PhD level, but perhaps also to partner more within the region and make this more flexible and reach out to the countries that don't have these programs yet. So that is a big issue in some of those. And then, of course, there are age caps. The scholarships for PhDs come with age caps. At some point, they were at 40 years. They are getting lower at 35 years. And I was recently surprised, and I'm hoping to speak up if some of you are in the network for the Arua PhD programs that have just been approved. We are going to target people that are going to complete at 35 years. So if they are going to complete at 35 years, it means we are targeting to bring in these people at about 30 years on average. And although we are targeting to support more women at 70%, that means in a way we are going to make it a lot more difficult. So we need to be speaking up around these issues, because that age cap is a big issue, and it came up quite often as having to think through the trade-off between your family and starting it, and when you start it, and when you start with a family, then by the time you finish, you're not eligible for the PhD. And we had these stories of, yes, my husband is also in academia. He was able to advance and do his PhD while I was having the family. And by the time he finished the family, I couldn't get the scholarship because I was over the age. So there were a lot of these things around the pipeline issues, and then, of course, the culture around the social cultural expectations for the women, and then looking at the work-life balance. But also, what really surprised us was that the women, in some of their quotes that we picked, seemed to be fairly comfortable with what they were seeing. And sometimes they would laugh when they're making these submissions. But that laughter perhaps is not necessarily laughter as you see it. You've basically pulled back. This is not your space. People like us don't belong there. And so you get comfortable with it, and that continues to contributing to the biases that we see. And so when you ask, what picture do you see when you imagine a leader, you can see the picture of the leader you've been seeing for the rest of your life. That's what you see. Because you don't see people that are dressed in a certain way, you can't imagine them as leaders. And perhaps it speaks to that we observed. And then there was the institutional policies. A lot of nice policies. I think you spoke to a bit of polished racism. I think there is a bit of polishing up now of policies. And it's because partly, I think Times Higher Education, the impact rankings now include gender. So the policy is there. You want to look good, right? So the policy is always there, and quite often it looks very nice, but it's never implemented. So all these universities where we saw only men in leadership had policies, and most of them had policies with the targets at 30%. If you actually had 50%, especially in Tanzania, but they were not being implemented. And then there's the issues around, you can read the rest, but I'll comment on the institutional culture. Institutional culture that favors the male leadership style. So the culture in higher education, and I think we need to study more where this originates from, whether it's the repeated strikes. At one point, there were lots of strikes in many universities in our region, especially. Students pouring out and they're resisting, and then faculty themselves fighting each other. There's a lot of strikes and fighting each other, a lot of aggression, a lot of competition, and a lot of issues around power relations. I think that then makes everyone feel that if you must manage these difficult institutions, you have to have a certain aggressive, autocratic leadership style. And I've been thinking perhaps that is the style of leadership that creates these problems in the first place. So instead of training more women to become like men, I think someone called them honorary men. One of my colleagues likes to call women, instead of trying to turn them into honorary men, perhaps what we need is to actually just get the opposite of the leadership style that is going to be more engaging, listening to people, giving people voice, so that then maybe we can have fewer strikes. You don't have fewer strikes by using the gun. You don't have fewer strikes perhaps by listening to people's grievances. So there's a big issue around the institutional culture, but there's also the culture around how we define meritocracy and who is successful in what, and our criteria for promotion. So I have to say that it comes from me. I do a lot of science and I publish a lot. So when I speak about this, I don't speak about it because I want to lower the bar, as everybody wants to call it. But every time you talk about these issues, people say, it's about merit. It's about you are trying to lower the standards. No, it's just how you defined the standards. So we need to change how we define the standards. And increasingly, for example, instead of just powering promotions using the number of publications, people are saying, wait a minute, what's the reason we do research? It's for impact. on development. So when did we ever promote someone because they did research that was extremely impactful and changed the way we think and the way we do things? Because sometimes just one extremely impactful research study with very few publications is perhaps more powerful than someone churning out 50 papers. But how do we then define who is actually doing well? And those are some of the things perhaps we need to interrogate. If we are going to improve the value and impact of research, but also have real merit. Because sometimes what we say, it's merit and it's you're lowering standards. It's actually not merit. You don't have the right standards. And we also need to speak to that. So that culture and the type of leadership that it favors and whether it actually truly promotes collaborative research. Because sometimes the way we define it makes it difficult for people to work together because everybody wants the numbers and wants to be the lead, so nobody wants to work with anybody. So we're just competing. So moving it from competition to collaboration requires us thinking differently in terms of what we reward. When did we ever reward anybody for working with others? And do we even have a way we measure and track that? So there are quite a number of issues that come into play when we get into the culture of higher education and how we truly want to see that. There were issues around networking and opportunities for women to come together and share. So instead of crying in your office in a closed space, maybe you can have some other people to give you a shoulder and to share and to even hear these same things. It just makes it different when we can share these and support one another. So we found that women said they needed that space where they could engage, learn from others, but also be able to share the challenges and support one another. But there was also a theme emerging around institutional learning. Do we share? Do we learn? What works? And for me, this is the motivation for thinking we need to work across institutions, we need to work across countries so that we can tackle these issues together. Accountability and measurement was another big issue. Many of these universities did not have very good tools and data to even know what was happening. So they will qualitatively tell you, oh, you see the women are not good. Even when we have money and grants internally, they don't apply. Really? Is that the issue? Because we're not tracking it and looking at the issues and bottlenecks sufficiently to even understand what's going on. So having really good measurements, tracking that, but not just tracking and documenting issues, but it's acting on them and being responsible. So accountability internally and externally was a big theme that came for us. I've already spoken about that, the 30% rule. That was almost across all the countries, but not being implemented. The big issue we found was that many of the interventions were focusing on women. They were not focusing on the institution. We were not focusing on changing the culture. So even when we say we are training, yes, a lot of training, but we are training and trying to help women to learn how to jump or dodge the hurdles, but we are not touching the hurdles. We are not yet looking at them that way. So for several of the institutions, when you do these interviews, they say, we are doing so much. We are training them. We are training them. But you're training them and retraining them, but they are not moving up. And you're not even training the men, and for them they can go up without being trained. So it just reminded me of a woman who said, I'll be comfortable when there are as many incompetent women in leadership as there are incompetent men in leadership. So I'm not saying we should not have competent women in leadership, but when you want to train me 10 times before I go up, but it's okay for the man to go up without being trained, that they can learn on the job. So I think we need to look at some of these issues and interrogate them. Yes, let's train people, but let's allow people to move up. When do we ever see they're actually ready? So we are looking at people and trying to help them to actually turn to that leadership style that we've defined. And only when they do will we see them as proper leaders. So if you're someone who is engaging and who likes to hear people out, then you are not yet there. You got to turn into, you can fight, you can go bare knuckles before you're ready to become a leader. So we need to think through these as well. And then the benchmarking. So we picked your university as well. You're among those that are doing well globally. You know yourselves better, so I won't speak to what we saw. But I'll tell you that we were impressed by the level of institutionalization. Even just having this day, when you get together and speak about this, we didn't see this in the other universities at all. So you are doing something that we can learn from, and we've picked that. And for us, that being intentional and having structures that even speak to these issues and a space where you can engage is so important. The rest you can see, but for us, we are learning from you. And we are hoping that we can go beyond the fragmented project-based, there's this grant and it supported this, and after 3 months or 10 months, it's gone. Kind of issue. But we also had a lot that we picked from the universities in the US in terms of their diversity and inclusion, because we looked at the structures and systems for the Michigan state and we engaged with them. It's a whole host of policies and documents and systems for data and looking at upgrading people, including awards for people that do well, and not just women, but also men that support diversity and inclusion, specific to the STEM fields. There are quite a lot, and a lot of toolkits for identifying faculty right from search, tracking the promotions. So they are probably really advanced in that. We also saw the same with Wisconsin. We do have a partnership with them, and we also looked at that. And they have a whole host of, again, a lot of policies, tools, and they also have a very intentional approach to making sure that the policies are really aligned. Because I think one of the challenges we struggle with is you have this gender equality policy that speaks to things that your human resource policy does not speak to, and then you find yourself in conflict. How do I actually implement this? Or maybe your act, if it's an act of parliament, like for some of our countries, doesn't allow you to do certain things. So looking at policies intentionally and making sure they are aligned is some of the things they look at. But I think to me what was really impressive is looking at the wellness side of things. They're not just looking at you as a factory and producing, but they're looking at your wellness, including mental health, and having spaces where you think about you and your health. That I think for me was really good from what we learned. So we can share that in case you want to look at the details. But I think we picked a lot that we could learn from some of these universities. And then across all the institutions, we saw certain things that still stick out, that we reached out to, and including those that we interviewed, and to learn from the backlash. When you're advocating for inclusion, often you're seen as a troublemaker and you're causing a lot of problems. So whether you're a man or a woman, you experience a lot of challenges, and you better have a thick skin, like somebody said. But also sticking out where issues around bullying, a broader theme, but also related to advocating for change in this space. Sexual harassment remains an issue, and certainly the work-life balance. I think somebody spoke to meetings ending very late. I think they're not good for men as well. People need to go home. There's a life. So I think we need to be speaking to some of these things, because balancing comes with critically evaluating what we do and whether it adds value. Because I think a meeting that you have up to 8 p.m. perhaps doesn't get the best out of you. Maybe just do it another time. Yeah, or maybe plan better if you thought you wanted to complete it urgently. We just need to rethink how we do some of these things. But that still sticks out as an issue. Then we looked at the Athena Swan Charter. And if you've looked at it before, I think you know the detail. But we thought it was really useful because it provides a sliding kind of scale where universities can see themselves advancing towards gender equality, and it started about 20 years ago. It's a good one because it's also now enforced by grant, funding mechanisms. If you don't have that and you're not chartered, they don't fund you, at least for the UK funding mechanisms. So if anything, it forces the universities to do something so that they are funded, but you can also slide backwards if you start off well and then you're not sustaining it. So it helps the institution to track whether you're growing or if you're actually sliding back and putting in the effort to keep it going. And one of the areas we are grappling with is, can such a scale work for us in Africa? I wish we could have somebody do it. Maybe the African Union or other regional structures can actually say, can we hold these countries and institutions accountable? So as we talk about education in Africa and the year of education, we should not talk about it without thinking inclusion. So, but how do we get this kind of thing to work? That's why we need to work together across borders and maybe advocate for that change, because you can't move this alone. Somebody has to come together, and there has to be the carrot. For the UK, the carrot is, I mean, if you want to be funded, then you'll do something. So we need to think about that. So that's a summary of what we thought were the bottlenecks, but also that drives the interventions that we would like to move forward with. We are still looking for opportunities to be able to continue this work, and we summarize it as PIPO again, although there are quite a number, working on the pipeline and policies, both at entry progression up to the level, the top, looking at the career and socio-cultural interventions, institutional policy and culture, and also extending that to the governing sectors, but also the measurement and accountability, individual as well as institutional networking and learning. And we felt that this has to be done in a manner that is owned and sustained and not just fragmented is a big one. So we would like also, and I think Professor Mahano emphasized this when we engaged with her earlier, when we were discussing this, we need to be coming from the point of strength. We are not looking at women as weak and waiting for them to be helped, because culturally, the African woman has always been the strength and the powerhouse, really, right from the home, for nurturing us. So just because someone doesn't see us as leaders in another space does not mean we are really weak. And I think that's why we thought we needed to reflect that woman. Wherever we are, we have shown leadership, and that leadership we are capable of providing, but we just do it in a different way. Maybe we listen more, and we don't have to start screaming just because we've defined good leadership as screaming. So this, we summarized also the need for us to advocate for other actors at regional level, even global levels, to do something. Athena's one has been powerful in terms of pushing universities in the UK to act, and it's also being adopted by several other countries. We can engage more. Research grants, those that fund grants, need to know that they need to think about women, and not just women. They need to think about the broader range of women. Someone talked about those living with disabilities. There's the younger women. We don't have to wait until they have gray hair before they can progress. So we need to be thinking about these issues. The PhD issue that we talked about, that's really important, and happy that MasterCard Foundation has now provided this with a 70% focus on women. So we need to be thinking, even if it's institutional level grants, who is getting them and who is not getting them, and how can we support to create more inclusion? And if we have conferences, who is chairing, who is speaking, who is giving the keynotes? We shouldn't be funding conferences where we have only male chairs. I think recently we had at the World Health Assembly, the CEO of AMREF walked off and refused to participate in a panel because it had only men. And he said, no, this is not what it looks like. And he walked off. So I think we need to get to a point where we are not comfortable with that. And we need to advocate for that, because even the people that fund these conferences should say, wait a minute, we are willing to fund your conference, but you have only men speaking. We can't do that. So we need to make sure that we can, again, advocate for that change to happen at the global level, that it's required. But that, again, needs a cohesive network of people speaking the same language. And that's why we need to work together across countries. So how can we ensure coordinated actions across institutions, national and regional level across Africa? For me, is the question that I would like to leave for us. Do we have existing platforms that can allow this? Are they sufficient? And if they are not, do we need to create new platforms for us to work together? And how can we adopt some of the existing scorecards? Whether it's Athena's one, we can decide that it doesn't work for us. Let's create one for Africa. that is more sensitive to who we are. And we can do it, but we can't continue to do it in our small silos. Even when we are doing well, we need to work together. Thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in this meeting.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we give them another round? This was amazing. We can all go home and write papers. You know, thank you so much. I'm grateful. We heard from a theoretical perspective, from personal experiences, and I am personally fully fed, and I'm grateful. Now we discuss. I hope you were taking down questions. Can we have? I have 1,000, but I won't abuse the chair. Questions, colleagues, comments. Yes. Our Shatari, yes. And then Doc, Prof, Doc, yes. We start with you.
Thanks everyone in the room. So my question is very simple. As a young lady, I have a little sister, right? And when she began her journey yesterday, she was so excited to be a diplomat. And today she's telling me, Jorge, she doesn't want to be that. She wants to become a household mom. And I'm realizing it's due to social media, where there's a war between being a career woman and being a stay-at-home mom. So I want to ask, how does one navigate through all that noise? And as an older sister, how do I pull my younger sister and say, you can do both, there's no need to pick one? That's my question.
Thanks for that.
Thank you and good afternoon to everyone. Mine is not a question per se, but it's a comment. When Prof Ngubane was speaking about how women will support you outside, but then inside they don't support you and all of that, it just triggered the fact that generally women have, because it's automatic that we face a lot of systematic barriers in us achieving economic emancipation and all of those things. But we don't centralize the conversation about empowering each other economically, so because we are not going to be able to challenge some of the systematic barriers that we face if we are not emancipated economically. So it's very difficult to support women sometimes when you don't come from a position of economic power, because you are still dependent on men, be it men in your life as in your husbands, or if you're in politics, the men who are occupying leadership roles and all of those things. So I think that as we sort of like move around these conversations or these discourses about issues of women, we also need to be very deliberate about centering the conversation of empowering women. And empowering women can look in, can take different shapes. It can be mentorship, for example. It can be one of the speakers, Prof Roda Wanyenze, spoke about this, the networking, introducing other women to your networks as well. When we're still in the SRC, Prof Grace Kuno, Prof Magano, and all of those women were introducing us to their networks and sort of like giving us this availability, mentorship that we can always go to them. And I think that's the conversation that we also need to have. And most importantly, even the economic opportunities, the jobs, the young people call it plugging each other. We need to also be very deliberate about doing that and not be apologetic about giving women. It's basically sort of correcting the injustices of the past in a way, because women have always been subjected to patriarchy. So I think that we need to be very deliberate about economic emancipation of women, and not just men are doing this to us, men are doing this to us, but we have women who are occupying powerful positions who can also uplift other women. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Chair. Prof. Maketa, this white woman who is busy with curtains on Saturdays, yeah, I'm very much interested in that. Like, what actually happens from this? Also, drawing from what you've just said, what you mentioned, and what Prof. Ngubane also said, there seems to be this pre-existing networks of white spaces, particularly through these braais, where decisions are made, and then they suddenly come to light in council meetings and faculty meetings and so forth. In what way do you think we can counter this? And I'm very much aware of the fact that as a black woman academic, you are facing an intersectional, there's a whole hierarchy of issues that you're facing there, including the fact that in the two institutions that you've mentioned, you've had to face scenarios or cases of white men peeing on black bodies. I also want to just kind of ask Ms. Sipokazitao, how do we imagine governance in an African university of the future through a African feminist and womanist lens, taking into consideration that you mentioned the class disconnect? And Ms. Khotato, how do we as young people, future vice-chancellors and DVCs of these institutions that we are currently in now, avoid falling into the same traps that the current generation of black scholars, and particularly black women scholars, are fighting so hard to liberate us from? Thank you.
Thank you, Siyabonga.
Good day, everyone. My question to the panel is that today's seminar was very, very progressive, and I just wanted to know from our respectable panel that what is the mark that you want to leave behind to young women who want to pursue leadership in the future references? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are you next? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, colleagues. I am also very well fed, so thank you so much. I do not have a question. I'm just thinking out loud here on, I think I'm drawing from the question that Sipogazi was asking us, the university, an African university that would like to see, to say how do we imagine a transformed university or institutions. And thank you, Prof. Roda, when you, I liked when you were talking about the institutional culture, because I feel as if we are not imagining something beyond what we have. We want this inclusion. We want to be vice-chancellors, DVC. We are not imagining a different kind of a university that will be an African university where we might not have one vice-chancellor but have a collective leadership, because the universities as they are, or the institutions as they are currently, they will reproduce toxicity. They will reproduce competition, which is not good for all of us. We want something different. We want something that will heal us. We don't want to replicate what we have inherited. We know that these institutions are founded from a particular logic that draws from a Western logic, patriarchy, We want something different. So how can we imagine that we don't just focus on saying, let us bring more women to these positions, because we are going to reproduce all this toxicity. But we want to imagine something different, something that will be more healing, something that will, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud, but I just want us to think beyond just bringing women, because we are not going to do anything differently. I don't think so. Because the institutions as they are, they require us to be what we are. We can only have one vice chancellor. We are going to compete. Sizohlebana vele, because we want others to fall so that we occupy these positions. So how do we imagine something that is totally different? And an African university that will use a different logic. That's my, I don't know, it's not a question per se, but how do we begin to think about a transformed university?
Thank you. Did I miss anyone who had their hand up earlier? Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. Good day, everyone. Mine is just a comment. I'm just saying, yes, as women, we have been trained, as Prof said, that women are always trained. We are trained to be wives. Men are not trained to be husbands. You know, every year there's all these events that we go to, you know, to be empowered as women. But still, in our workspaces, it's like when you are given a task, you still second guess yourself. You'll go to a male counterpart, and if maybe you started with a female counterpart, you're still gonna go to a male counterpart just to make sure you are in the right track. So I feel like even amongst ourselves as women, we still look down on each other. So I don't know what will it take for us to really, really believe in ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else before I give our panel a chance to respond? Do I have permission to abuse the chair and ask the 20 questions I have? I'm going to ask a few. I'm still here. I'm still the chair. I'm really grateful for the discussions and some of the things that came up. So for Dr. Choice, I want you to speak to the year of you took. And I think why I want you to speak to that is because I found it quite empowering, because we never talk about taking care of ourselves. And I find that that is fundamental. If we are going to stay and continue doing the work that is required of us as women who are, you know, giving the baton to those who are coming, we have to be well. So your story is brilliant. I love it. So please talk to them. Meta, I want you to come to you, Minister. You raise important questions, and I think the questions help me think about or dream about possibilities. And I like your question, and I think I wanted to ask the same question, but I just wanted to make the comment that I love how you are coming at the question of being a leader in the institution. What is it about these institutions that make me a powerful rakgadi? Nako geso ke rakgadi, my nephews are auntie. When they speak to me, what makes me this powerful rakgadi? I didn't have to go to school to be a rakgadi. I know that I have responsibilities, I'm accountable. But when I come here, I actually want to make myself small. What is it about these spaces? I love how you come at this question, and I want you to answer this question. I'll stand here forever, so I'm going to stop and allow you to, so maybe we can use the same, you start first, and then if you feel that you don't have a question, you can still come up and say something.
Thank you very much. I think the question about your younger sister, I would say opportunities are so many now that she shouldn't limit herself. I would say she must allow us to explore everything and get to know her strengths so that whenever she chooses to be a stay-home mom, then she has the knowledge and empower herself further. Because nowadays there's so much you can do, being a stay-home mom. I refused to be, when I was offered to marriage and they wanted me to be a housewife, and I said no. And I'm glad I said no at that time because it was just going to frustrate me. But when you empower yourself, there is a lot that you can do at home. But you can also support your partner or in that space, because when we talk about economic freedom and economic power, I worry when young people now romanticize being the one at home and being pampered and blah, blah, blah. There's money that has to be made to pamper you. Ne? You don't want to ask from somebody to buy you pads, ne? If you can help it. So it is very important to take that power, use it, but figure out how you bring these worlds together, but not limit themselves too early in life. Ne? Synods, curtains. It was so fascinating in that faculty that it was really women who were hanging curtains and making tea and stuff. But nowadays it's exciting. Synods are progressive. Synods, I mean, at Free State I can't talk now because I left a while ago, but at Stellenbosch, the Synod is progressive. People want to have a conversation, even things that would not be considered as something that is academic that needs to be at Synod. When it's happening in student affairs and it's GBV, and they want to talk about it and be part of it because it impacts the academic project of the university. So that progressive energy, it's really helping. But people are creating safe spaces, but we don't even need safe spaces, but we have to have the courage to talk anyway. But people are creating spaces for people to talk authentically, to change stuff. So the curtain story is gone, sort of, but wherever you find it, check it out. And I would just say, there was something about being progressive. To say it's very important within public higher education or anyway, to trust your voice, to be comfortable in your skin and enter the space as you are. I normally tell my colleagues when I empower them to be themselves and really not be scared, I say, lead from wherever you are. I realize that you can give me the lowest post ever, but my voice will still be right at the top. I lead from wherever I am in an institution. And when I realize that the environments that are supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4 are not doing it, I do it from the space I'm within and change the institution. Now, on the break, after some years, because I realized that I was giving so much. I was giving and giving and giving, even financially. You see students and you want to fund them. But when I realized that every time people see me, they see the institution. And then I said, something is very wrong. I've lost myself. And I was so tired. I've missed so many funerals. I've missed so many. When my friends call, they get excuses. They are the ones who are always, and I started looking at how I spend time and looked at my values and checked whether there's alignment. You know when you say you value family and you value friends, but they don't feature in your time, then there's something very wrong. Then I said, I need time with my daughter. My daughter, at times I would travel. I would come home, I would not know whether she's even in her bedroom. But I would be so tired not to even open. In the morning, I leave while she's asleep. It would take days not meeting. So I looked at all these things. And I said, I'm tired of fighting. I need that strength. The time I took, I attended to all these things. I could sit with people in the village for hours, not in a hurry. After a funeral, when people leave, I'm the one sitting, having conversations. But after the time, when I decided to come back, it was on my rules. I was not fighting. I was confident with myself. I look at situations and I choose battles because I have a plan. There are battles that I don't touch to say, these will waste my time. And they are there to derail me. So I focus on what I need to. I say no very often. I'm that kind of person who say yes to everything and then say, oh my Lord, how do I disappoint them? I learned that it's self-care to say no. So I entered the institution at Stellenbosch. They know my weekends are untouchable. When I was appointed, they said I must be available for emergencies. So weekends are for emergencies. So when there are no emergencies, I relax. I don't even plan my weekend. And I have learned that, you know, when you are free at times, over the weekend, you want to give the time away. I am forcing myself to focus on me, even when there is no plan. I create a plan because at work, when there's nothing to do, you find a way to do work. And I said in my personal time, when there's nothing I need to focus on, I figure out what it is that I need to do to empower me and stay happy.
Yes, I would like to respond on the issue of the sister who doesn't want to work. Tomorrow, okay, tomorrow we are hosting a women's event with widows and divorcees. This is outside the university. And maybe I'm talking about the power of community engagement. Now, maybe your sister should sit with some divorcees and some widows, because that is where you'll see what happens after being a housewife, the reality. And this is not about money. It's about self-value. It's about feeling that you have contributed to the world. So, again, maybe invited to come and sit with us, who are professors and leaders, and we are mothers, and we are happy, and our children are successful, and what. Just like Prof is saying, you decide, like I said to myself, when I get home, I'm not a UNISA worker. I throw everything there, no laptop, nothing. I cook, I sit with my family, we sit and eat. This thing of people eating in their bedrooms, you can't be having that. Because it is through sitting together that you'll know whether a child is being bullied, you'll know whether your husband is not happy, you'll know whether anybody in the family has a problem. It is when you are sitting and looking at each other like this. So I think the whole thing of romanticizing being a housewife is because people just don't know work-life balance, like you said. If you know how to balance it well, the same thing that we always say, there are some young academics that, you know, when I look at them, I'll be saying, you can't come here looking like that. I can do that. I mean, I'm a mentor whether you like it or not. And then someone will say, no, I'm busy writing papers, I'm tired. I'm like, you can be tired, but you should never look like your problems. So before you leave your house, go and bath and put Vaseline and put lipstick. Yes, and look nice, you know. We are all publishing, but you can't be looking like this, you know. I can do that because, like she's saying, you are a leader wherever you go. So please, if you want, let's talk afterwards. Your sister must visit my office. Then on the Prof asked about what mark do you want to leave for the future women. I would think that it talks to the issue of collaboration, of ensuring that at the end of the day, I believe, and I remember when all these issues were happening within UNISA, I would meet Prof Lenka and I would say, Prof, I might not say it to you all the time, but I pray, and I'm not praying for you. I'm praying for that office because it's about this university. This university has so many students that it cannot crumble. But again, at the same time, you asked about competition and all these toxicity, toxic environments. At the moment, we need to learn as women that if she's in a position, I'm also there. I'm a VC. because Prof. Lenka is sitting there. So what does that mean? When I sit with my staff in my office, I say, whatever that you do here is not about you, it's about the university at large. You see, so let's take that responsibility and realize that even if she's sitting there, it is me. Because the idea is simple. When it's your turn, you want us to work. So if you are not performing when someone else is there, remember your turn will come. And your report is not based on you as a VC or any leader. Your report is based on everyone, including even the cleaner. When the OHS people come in, you'll remember, oh my goodness, I should have treated my cleaners better. You see. So at the end, when we talk about the Africa we want, that is the future that we should be. Let's interact with the document, Agenda 2063. Let's interact with all these development documents. And also just think at the end that UNISA, we talk about student-centeredness, and I think all universities talk about that. When you talk about social justice, we need to make sure that when our students are coming out, they are holistically developed. We are not giving degrees. We are creating upstanding citizens that can be mothers, that can be leaders, that can be everything. Borahadi, as you say. So the Africa we want, that's what should be keeping us going. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I'll be brief, but I'm perhaps going to share a personal story that connects with UNISA. So maybe low-key, I also want to come to UNISA. So the university is a very alienating space. I don't know how many of you, I mean, I know there's senior people here, but of the students who are arguably undergrad or just starting in postgrad, you go back home after your first year of university. And that conversations at home, sort of how you think about everyone at home changes. The university will do that to you. And I think I was 21 when my only brother passed away. And that was the year I had to be a Rakhadi. The shock of my life at 21. And in the same year, I remember I was here at UNISA. I was here for another conference. I don't think you were here yet, but I think Prof. Sekhalo was here. She was maybe head of the College of Human Social Sciences. I don't know what you guys call it. And there was a forum, a women's forum that was happening that I randomly went to attend for no apparent reason. And there was a conversation where the cleaners were talking about how they are cleaning the bathrooms and they are having to extra clean after people have done number twos. And it became this conversation. And I found it so valuable that, one of the cleaners said, but it can't be that in your own home you have to clean after yourself. I know I'm the cleaner in this university and I know you are the academic, but you are not going to leave that behind, right? And I think it was that sort of conversation that opened me up in terms of how institutions are thinking differently about, you just have to be human. It's not even a policy that you have to do. And I think that's where you sort of bridge the class issues. To recognize that, look, my mother would never clean after me. Why? Because the cleaners are likely to be all the same age as our parents, some of our parents. So why would you have an expectation, because you have a class difference, that this person must particularly do that? And I think that that's the nuance that Africans understand in these institutions. I can't speak for other races, obviously, because I've never been another race in my life. But why is it different when we are in these class, positions? And I don't think it's that deep. It's a simple thing of connecting with who you are. And I think it comes back to maybe the one question is, what is the advice you want to leave to younger people? I'm still young. I need advice, one. But the thing is that try to remain close to who you are as possible so you don't have to do the work to come back to yourself. And oftentimes when you have to do the work to come back to yourself, you've done damage to people so unnecessarily who are your community. Your community is not people from unnecessary backgrounds that you have to cross bridges to connect with. Your community is the people that you sort of exist with in your everyday life, in the workplace. Students are also part of that community as well. And I think remembering and connecting with yourself, whatever that looks like for you, is fundamental to how you're going to stay sane, how you're going to keep yourself happy, how you're going to check yourself whether you're healing, and you need that healing work. To ensure that you're the best version and you show up as your best version in these spaces. Yeah. I think I also like Prof's provocation to say, perhaps we shouldn't be thinking about these spaces in this format. Is that the structure could fundamentally look completely different. My old university, Nelson Mandela University particularly, has structured engagement as part of its imperatives. So it's part of its like sort of how it measures its impact in the world. And they fondly focus on those SGDs as opposed to the research outputs as how traditional universities would do. And so you can say what you want to say about, oh, maybe it's not a competitive research university. That's okay. But I think they are happy. They're like, this is the standard we've decided to set for ourselves, and it makes us happy to be an institution that's associated with these sort of values as opposed to research. And so sometimes you have to sacrifice how you have been seen with everyone to sort of say, this is how we want to be seen. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. Name disclaimer, I'm also young, ne? Very young, very young. So I'm also learning as I grow. So one of the things that we can avoid as young people to find ourselves in this discourse that our former and future leaders are facing is that we have to educate ourselves. It is important that we educate ourselves, we invest in ourselves. In whatever that you do, make sure that it is for you and then it will benefit you as a human being personally. We have to learn about different cultures and different experiences. I mean, today this is a good platform for us to learn. I would say, okay, when we get out of here, what is it that we have learned that in future, when I become the future VC or the president, what is it that I am learning today? And what are the mistakes that our mothers have faced that I must make sure that I will not face in the long run? And we have to speak out. I'm going to share a personal experience. For me to be the chairperson of UNISA Law Student Association, I had to speak up. They did not just nominate me because of my work. They could see that, yes, this particular person, they're dedicated in whatever that they do. But in them seeing, we come across different personalities and characters. They will try by any means necessary to stumble you down. But you have to speak up. You have to voice up. You have to fight for yourself. That's what we need to do as young people. We have to support each other. In as much as tomorrow I want to be the VC and my colleague Jessica also wants to be the VC. There's nothing wrong in competition, but in us competing, we must make sure that there is equality. There is equality. I mean, you will find a person that you are competing with, they are not fit or eligible enough for that position. And because some of those people are men, you know, I say at times that being a man is a privilege in so many ways. It is a privilege in so many ways, but because now we are young, and as young as we are, and as young as you are as a young man, you must also, in whatever that you do, ensure that everything is equal. You competing with me, you must ensure that you conscientize yourself with, no, is whatever that I'm doing, is it about equality? and also respect. That's what is important. And we have to also respect boundaries. Prioritize the consent and respect whatever the person says. If they don't give the consent, then it's not a go-ahead. So, like I said, I am very young and I am learning. And all of us in this room, the majority in this room are young people. And I am very glad that they are here. They came because a young person was sharing the stage with the most prominent, eloquent speakers. So this, as young people, we need to support each other. And from today going forward, I encourage all of us as young people to always support each other. And from what I've seen today, indeed, we are a generation that supports each other. Thank you.
So, excellent responses there. So I'll just pick perhaps 2 or 3 things that I thought I would comment on. One is really dear to me, and I wish we could have some more time to discuss it. I think the question was, how do we imagine a transformed university? And I think for me, it ties in with, I think another question was imagining governance in the light of inclusion, if I could summarize it that way. I think those questions were really brilliant, because for me, that's the real driver of transformation. It's governance, it's the type of leadership we have, but where do we imagine it from? I think we have to start with what is the purpose of the university before we then imagine a transformed university. If we think it's a space where we are generating knowledge for societal transformation, if we think that it is a space where we are nurturing the best leaders for today and for tomorrow, if we just think about that, then we have to structure it differently. If we are generating knowledge for societal transformation, then knowledge rules. The best ideas rule. It should not be a space where the biggest people or office bearers are the ones whose ideas rule, because then you're losing the best ideas, because the best ideas might come from the lowest space. It will come from the students. They're so smart as well. And if ideas rule, then we must create spaces where people's voices are heard, where those ideas come forward, where people can think differently, where people can act differently, because it's only in that thinking different and acting differently that we create new ideas and transformation. So we have to create those spaces, and they speak to the issues we are talking about. If there's no inclusion, you won't hear the best ideas. We are going to lose them. So I think we need to begin to imagine our spaces as universities coming from that and then working backwards to creating structures and systems, policies, and spaces that allow that. Until we achieve that, then all we are creating is maybe publications so that we are ranked, but we are not thinking about the real reason why universities exist. So I think we need to think that. And when we think that, what drives that is leadership and governance. And one of the least spoken about issues in academia is leadership and governance for innovations, leadership and governance for knowledge generation and societal transformation. What does it look like? Only then can you walk backwards and say who should be your leader and who should be on your council. So if it's going to be this chair of council that calls you in a sport and is supposed to twist you, not because your ideas are not okay, but because he's the chair, he shouldn't be the chair in the first place. So that's how I imagine it. I don't know if I've answered that, but for me it speaks to removing the hurdles then, rather than changing us so that we can navigate the hurdles. That's the broader issue that I think we need to think about. But the other thing I wanted to speak about very briefly, because I come from a medical and public health background, is that if you're going to serve the world, you have to be alive to serve the world. So better think about yourself in that space. Your health does matter, and both your physical and mental health. So you have to find time to look after yourself. It is so important, because you can't serve the world when you're going under very quickly. So I think it speaks to how we integrate the work we do with all the other issues that matter for us. And working at home, this is something that's, again, very close to my heart. In the interest of time, in less than a minute, I'll say that each of us comes with very unique gifts and talent. And that talent is not just for you. That talent is for the world. It's okay for you to give that talent just to your family. I don't know how small it is, but you're cheating the world when you keep that talent away from the world. It's not just an issue of money. Do something that can leave this world better than you found it. And you can't just sit in your space at home and you do that. So when you do that, you cheat the world. You want to be able to spare something for the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to do the closing remarks and the vote of thanks. But before I do so, the question about your sister, I think it's a difficult one. I think it's very complex. I have 2 children, and I started a family in my 30s. I loved the freedom of not having that responsibility. And I never really thought about it. I never really thought about having a family. It was not one of those things I dreamt about. So in my 30s, when I had my son, it was such a shock because it meant, it brought up some emotions that I never thought were possible. And I really wanted to be an academic. And I also really, really wanted to be a present mother. So that has been one of my biggest dilemmas. And even now, I still struggle with the two. So I get her. And the challenges we experience as women in the workplace, it can easily make you want to stay at home. So I get her. But the poverty that women go through is scary. So it's a complex one. You know, so she and also I want to contribute, I want to mentor, but I want to be with my kids. My daughter was away for like 7 days. I miss her. I don't want to be here. She came back from camp at 12. And when I got the message yesterday, I'm like, oh my God, why am I the mother who works? You know? But she loves that I work. She also doesn't like that I work. So it's complex. I feel her. I feel her deeply. It's not a simple concern, it's not a simple issue, it's deep. And I think as women, as black women, we need to be very gentle with such questions because they are very deep. I have nephews, nieces who are on drugs. And when I think about why, it's because, one of the reasons is because their parents are never there. You know, my mother, when she was 20, she already had me. I'm her 4th child. When she was 20, she had me. And the reason is because her mother was a domestic worker somewhere. Her father was working somewhere far away. They only got home at 10 busiu. There was no one to guide her. You know? So we must balance this thing. We are here, we want transformation of society because we also want strong black families. How do we do that? We do that with mothers who work. We do that with mothers who don't work. So how do we find the balance? Because women who don't work, black women who don't work, they are mistreated economically. They are poor. They go to the maintenance court. They spend their lives in queues. You know, so how do we balance? It's a complex question. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you so much for... Thank you. When I get passionate, my mind just goes... So I'm excited, I'm well-fed. I want to thank everyone I want to start with Busisi Ngomani. Thank you for the work that you do. Without you, none of this Without you, none of this will be possible. When I get into writing, I forget everything. And she reminds me, thank you. And she pulls everything together. She gets me, she gets my madness, thank you. And Uthabile, I know why Uthabile, Badumisile, thank you so much. Badumisile helps us a lot with the books, with managing our calendars, with helping us think. Thank you so much. We also have Lesego. Lesego made possible that we now have beautiful programs, we have beautiful invitations, and she's been making us visible in the visual spaces. Thank you so much, Lesego. Thanks for the teamwork. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Bopape, for leading the space. It's not an easy space to lead. Transformation is hard work. When you do transformation work, you are not liked. You are the problem. You bring up issues that we want hidden. Thank you for leading the space. I want to thank Professor Magano for saying yes when there were other things that she was called to do, and she had to do the up and down today. We are grateful, Professor Magano, for your continued leadership and support. Professor Choice, I love you, Joe. So when I saw you go, I don't remember the meeting Stellenbosch because you were like, you were there. I was like, I don't remember, But when I saw you speak Kohe's essay, I was like, saved. So mentorship and networking for Black women is powerful. I was saved, literally I was saved. So if you read the chapter I write in Black Academic Voices, the South African experience, I write about running shoes, and I write about the importance of knowing when to run away as a Black woman, because self-care is revolutionary. We want to be here for the next 50 years. And for us to be here for the next, we must take care of ourselves. And one of the ways is to learn and to know when it's time to back off. So she, when she was talking about her story, I was saved. My running shoes are far away. I'm in my heels. If you read that chapter, you'll know what it means for me to be in my high heels. I'm not taking wabege ekte. They are far. I'm in my high heels. Thank you. Professor Wanyeza inspired me when, she was benchmarking with us. I loved the idea of their project. And when they were doing the feedback session, I had an accident. I couldn't attend. But when I came back weeks later, I'm like, please, I want to hear what the findings are. She, she's a dean. She was not too busy to do that. And I really enjoyed and was excited by their findings. And I found that there were interesting synergies and possibilities for collaboration. And we're doing that. We're going to do wonderful work. Thank you for being the kind of leader you are. This is what we mean when we talk about women leadership. Thank you. And you said yes when I invited you. Thank you. You could have said I'm busy.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. This powerhouse reminds me of my student years. I was in the SRC. And what you do, you remind us to show up as we are. As we were speaking, I remembered how I used to show up when I was a student leader. And then when I was trying to be a professor, it went away, that meanness went away. And it's back now. And you are helping bring it back. Thank you for trusting in your voice, for knowing that you have something important to say, and for standing up and saying it. Thank you for that. And may you continue to grow. We are here to mentor you. We are here to support you. You have my WhatsApp. I'm easy on WhatsApp. I'm here. Thank you. Siyabonga. Professor Comrade Sindile. I'm saying comrade because you can feel the heat, you can feel the fire when she speaks. she has been I'm fairly young at UNISA, but she's been a constant support throughout. When I invite her, she comes. When I ask her for help, she is there. I'm really grateful for the sisterhood. And she means what she says. When she speaks about what, she's not theorizing. She's living this thing. Thank you so much. And my dear sister, you, I mean it that you must come to UNISA. Metau is amazing. I love her. So I collect people. I didn't know until someone told me. I collect people, you know, and I'm attracted to certain energies, and you have that energy. She writes amazingly, amazingly beautiful, powerful, you know, work. She theorizes from a very deep space, and she teaches, and I love reading her work. Watch this space. There's a chapter of her book in a chapter in a book that I'm editing. Hopefully, we will be launching it in October during the Transformation Conference. Thank you, Metau. Applause, bathong. Hawaii, le mujela mona. Why le mujela mona? Le mujela mona, Hawaii. So we also want to appreciate the audience that's in the room. Thank you for coming. We do not take your presence for granted. We also want to appreciate the people who always make us virtually present. I get we are moving into a virtual reality or realities. So they are helping us navigate that space. We are so grateful, and I know that the pictures look beautiful, and I sound right on YouTube. I'm grateful to you, colleagues, and we are gonna be there forever and ever and ever. So you are making us, you know, be lasting and making be impactful as well. We are really grateful. The people who are on Teams and the people who will be watching us on YouTube for years and years to come, we are grateful that you will choose UNISA, you know, and that you will listen and learn. And we hope that you will come and register here. This is the University of the Land. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Buleng Lenkabula, was supposed to be here, and she sends her apologies. She is giving awards as we commemorate Women's Month. She's giving out awards in another event, so she couldn't be here with us, but she's here with us in spirit. And she also signed the requisitions when we were requesting that the event, she didn't say no, she signed them. So we are here because she signed these requisitions. Don't think that she's not here because she didn't want this to happen. She is the one who signed the requisition. So thank you for the apology, and we acknowledge it. Oh, Shum, my Shum. Shomaya takes our pictures. She's brilliant. We always have like amazing conversations about motherhood. So she's not only a photographer, she's a mother, and she makes interesting observations. So every time I have conversations with her, I come out with some interesting contributions to make in my writing. Thank you, Shum. Oh, how can I forget my baby? You see, Lesego. Man. Nikito wala WhatsApp ka 2 a.m. You acknowledge Lesego. Thank you so much. Lesego is amazing. She always responds with a yes, like a firm yes to my requests. Thank you. We appreciate you. Ohole, may we see the book, the anthology of poems soon. Thank you. Renani singwenyana, renani tiyenyana. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. Thank you. Mebu sisiwe.
Thank you. I'm coming to you. Other conversations.
Thank you.